Clerk, yes.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 11th March, 2026.
Honorable members, the records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 11 March 2026 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Member for Sanimentering.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move that the said record of votes and votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 11th March 2026 be moved and approved.
Any member for Fonyi Prefect? Any seconder? Member for Woolly West.
Thank you. I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 11 March 2026 be approved. Any correction or observation from honorable members may do so by show of their tags. And of course, we look at the record page by page, beginning with page 1. Honorable members, on page 1, page 2, can we move to page 2? Member for Woolly is?
Is page 2, laying of papers and reports. Under the first line, where we have government projects, should be projects. I believe they are dealing with several projects.
Report of the Select Committee on Monitoring of Government Projects.
Yes, it should be projects.
Or projects, yes, not one project. All right, any order? Honorable members, are you following? On item 1, any order? Any order on page 2? Can we move to page 3? Honorable members, page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 11 March 2026 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, we may proceed, please.
Thank you. Laying of papers and reports. Report of
Honorable Chair, who is laying the report?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I'm coming to lay the report of the Select Committee on Monitoring the Implementation of Government Projects on its oversight visit to project sites across the country from 28 to 26 April 2026. But we want to be very strategic about it because it's very voluminous. It's like 31 pages. What I will do, I will read the project overview, description, then the fact sheet. Members can be able to look at the fact sheet by themselves. Then further, I will look at the challenges, the key challenges, and the recommendations by the committee. Honorable Speaker, it is my honor to present this report of the Select Committee on monitoring the implementation of government projects following the committee's oversight visit conducted from 28 to 26 April 2025. Honorable Speaker, the exercise was undertaken as part of the committee's mandate to oversee the implementation of government development projects and to ensure transparency, accountability, and value for money in the use of public resources. During the oversight mission, Honorable Speaker, the committee visited several project sites across the country, covering key sectors including road infrastructure, health facilities, and agricultural infrastructure. These projects are critical to national development as they aim to improve connectivity, strengthen healthcare delivery systems, and enhance agricultural value chains. The visits enable the committee to directly engage with project implementing agencies, contractors, consultants, and other key stakeholders responsible for executing these projects. Honorable Speaker, while the committee observed notable progress in a number of projects visited, several challenges were also identified. This included delays in project implementation, logistical and procurement constraints, coordination difficulties among stakeholders, and delays in disbursement of funds. Such challenges have had an impact on the timely completion of some projects. Honorable Speaker, the committee also notes that the submission of this report was delayed due to difficulties encountered in obtaining relevant project documentation and materials from some stakeholders. Furthermore, the additional time was required for the committee to thoroughly review and analyze the information received to ensure that the proper, accurate reflects the status of the project and the committee's findings. Honorable Speaker, the committee expresses its appreciation to various ministries, departments, and agencies, contractors, consultants, and project officers who supported the committee in this exercise. Honorable Speaker, their support contributed significantly to the success of the exercise of the committee. Also extends its gratitude to the honorable members and support staff for their dedication and commitment throughout the oversight process. It is also hoped that the findings and recommendations contained in this report will contribute to improving the project implementation and strengthening accountability among ministries, departments, and agencies. Honorable Speaker, right to the introduction, the Select Committee on monitoring the implementation of government projects conducted oversight visits to various government project sites across the country from, I think I mentioned that already. Let me just skip that. Then methodology also, let me skip that. Then we go to the objectives of the visit. The oversight visits were conducted with the following objectives: to assess the progress and implementation of government-funded development projects, to determine whether projects are being implemented in accordance with approved specifications, budget, and time. Honorable Speaker, to identify implementation challenges affecting the progress and completion of the projects, to engage implementing agencies, contractors, and consultants on project delivery, to promote transparency, accountability, and value for money in the use of public funds, to make recommendations aimed at improving project implementation and delivery. Honorable Speaker, sites that are visited, I think I will also skip that because they are already in their linear arrangements from this particular bullet point. Construction of Nyomi Hakala Loop and secondary roads projects. Project information. The Nyomi Hakala Loop and secondary roads project forms part of the government's efforts to improve rural connectivity and enhance socio-economic development in the North Bank region. The project is expected to facilitate the movement of goods and people, improve access to markets and social services, and support agricultural activities within the project area. fact sheet, as I said before. Let members look at the fact sheet by themselves. Then we go to the contract addendum. One thing very peculiar about this particular project was several contract addendums. Contract addendum means increase in the scope of the work that has actually delayed this project significantly. So now we look at the addendums. The project contract has undergone several amendments to address implementation challenges and adjust the project timeline. The addendum were issued on the following dates: 16 May 2022, 16 November 2022, 25th October 2024, and 27 December 2024. These addendums extended to contract duration and address adjustments related to project scope, time for completion, and other contractual matters. Honorable Speaker, we look at the progress which is part of the fact sheet which members are directed to look at by themselves. Financial insights is also part of the project fact sheet. Now we go to the committee observation. Following the site inspection and briefing by project officers, the committee made the following observations. The project has recorded significant progress with the majority of construction works completed. Despite the extension of the contract period from 26 months to 53 months, the project had not yet been fully completed at the time of the committee's visit. The difference between planned progress, 100%, and actual progress, 89%, indicates delay in project completion. The committee noted that the increase in the contract amount partly attributed to variation and price escalation during the implementation period. The committee also observed the payment of significant portion of advance payment through full recovery, although full recovery had not yet been completed. Committee's concern, Honorable Speaker, the committee expressed concern regarding the extended implementation period, which has more than doubled the initial contract duration. The gap between plan and actual progress, despite the expiration of the amended completion period, the potential implications of project delays on rural accessibility and economic activities in the beneficial communities. Honorable Speaker, we now look at the construction of roads nationwide, design bill of the Gambia Law 3, 102 kilometers. Government has embarked on this particular project, which comprises 102 kilometers all over the country, but different communities were beneficiaries actually. Honorable Speaker, we go to the project overview of this 102 kilometer Law 3 project. The construction of roads nationwide, design and build of the Gambia, forms part of the Road Infrastructure Development Initiative aimed at improving accessibility and transportation networks across the country. The project focuses primarily on improving road connectivity within Kiang-Keneba area, which is expected to enhance socio-economic activities, facilitate the movement of agricultural produce, and improve access to public services for communities within the regions. Honorable Speaker, from their project sheets, which honorable members were directed to look at that by themselves, we go to the challenges encountered. Officials reported several challenges affecting the implementation of the project, including: 1, properties located within the right-of-way. The presence of residential and commercial properties within designated road corridor has posed challenges for construction activities. These properties require relocation or alternative arrangement before full construction works can proceed in certain areas. Honorable Speaker, delays in payment of interim payment certificate, which is a notorious problem for most of the roads under construction. The contractor reported delays in the processing and settlement of interim payment certificate, which affects cash flow and slow down the pace of construction activities. Honorable Speaker, availability of local workers, which is also a constraint highlighted by both the consultant and the contractor. The contractor indicated challenges in securing an adequate number of local Gambian workers with the required technical skills for certain aspects of the work. Recommendations by the contractor. The contractor, Honorable Speaker, we met on the ground, was a little bit frustrated if you look at the pattern, we are not able to get a recommendation from many contractors on the site we visited. But this particular site, we are able to get the recommendation from the contractor. And the recommendation goes to Honorable Speaker. In addressing the challenges encountered during project implementation, the contractor proposed following measures. One, in areas where obstacles exist within the right-of-way, it is recommended that the diversion be constructed as the most viable and most effective option to enable construction works to continue without significant delay. Honorable Speaker, what the contractor is trying to say here is, during the feasibility studies, a particular right-of-way is identified. That means where the road is. So what the contractor is saying, instead of waiting for the requisition of services or whatever, let the design a little bit maneuvered so that they can avoid those settlements. Two, in areas where obstacles exist within the right-of-way, it is recommended that diversions be created as the most viable and cost-effective option to enable construction works to continue without significant delays. It is further recommended by the contractor that relevant government institutions such as physical planning, the Ministry of Works, and other utility service providers should act promptly in resolving issues relating to properties located within the right-of-way. That is the Ministry of Works, the utility service, NAWEC, and other things should act, well, so that all the properties that are on the right-of-way are relocated before the contractor is given the site for the project. Prompt action B by these agencies will help prevent prolonged project delays. Committee observation, Honorable Speaker. Following the site inspection and briefing by project officers, the committee observed that the contractor has commenced works across all 12 road sections, which demonstrates commitment to progressing the project. The project is currently at the base construction stage, indicating that significant construction activities are ongoing. The presence of properties within the right-of-way is a major constraint that requires coordinated government intervention. Delays in the process of interim payment certificates could potentially slow down the pace of project implementation if not addressed properly. Committee's recommendation, Honorable Speaker, from our observation, this is what we recommended. In the light of findings, the committee recommends that the National Roads Authority should strengthen coordination with relevant institutions to resolve issues relating to right of encroachments.
No, Chair, can I observe you, please? Thank you very much for giving me the floor. No, Chair, I think the document is with the members, and I think why don't you just summarize it, whereby members also can go through it, because we have one hour time period. Maybe your entire submission will take the chunk of our time. Yes, I'm just appealing to you.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Member for Upper Salem, this is exactly what I'm doing. Huh? What? Lower Salem. It's the same Salem. This is what exactly I'm doing. And I think let me go by that so the members are able to understand what we're talking about. Honorable Speaker, the Battle-Hardened Highway project timeline. The Battle-Hardened Highway Phase 3 project forms part of the government's efforts to expand and modernize critical urban road infrastructure along the country's most important transport corridor. The project is financed through the partnership between the government of the Gambia and Islamic Development Bank. The committee was briefed on the key milestone of the project timeline as follows. Those are project fact sheets. Let the members look at that by themselves. We got a project overview and description, Honorable Speaker. The Battle-Hardened Phase 3 focuses on the construction of service roads and supporting infrastructure along the highway corridor between Airport Junction and Mile 7 road intersection. The project fact sheets, let members look at that by themselves. We look at the committee observation, Honorable Speaker. Following the briefing by project officers, the committee made the following observation. The project as at April 2025 is in its early implementation phase with preparatory works underway. The procurement processes for the supervision consultant is ongoing, pending the no objection from the Islamic Development Bank. Utility relocation and drainage works have commenced in certain sections of the corridor to prepare the project for full construction works. Honorable Speaker, committee's concern. The committee noted several issues that require close monitoring. The project is dependent on the timely approval from the Islamic Development Bank regarding the supervision of the consultants. If you can understand, Honorable Speaker, Islamic Development Bank are the main donor, and they are the counterpart for the counterpart funding for this road is the government of the Gambia. So most of the no objection must absolutely come from the Islamic Development Bank. Delays in finalizing the supervision arrangements could potentially delay the commencement of full construction activities. Effective coordination among utility service providers will be critical to ensure timely relocation of services along the corridor. Honorable Speaker, committee's recommendation. The government should continue engaging with Islamic Development Bank to expedite the issuance of the no objection for the supervision consultancy. The National Roads Authority, Honorable Speaker, should ensure that all preparatory works, including utility relocation and drainage works, are completed before the commencement of major construction work. Relevant utility service providers should work closely with the project implementation unit to minimize disruptions and avoid delays during construction. Adequate monitoring mechanism should be established to ensure that the project is implemented within the agreed timeline and contractual specification. Honorable Speaker, project information about Kia West road construction. In Kia West, road construction phase 2 project forms part of the government's efforts to improve rural road infrastructure and enhance connectivity within Lower River region, particularly within the Keneba West area, Kia West area rather. The project is expected to improve the transportation network, facilitate agricultural trade, and improve access to social services for communities in the region. The committee was briefed on the project as follows. Part of the fact sheet, we'll let the honorable members look at it by themselves. Constraint affecting the work progress. Despite the progress made, project officials highlighted several challenges affecting the timely completion of the project. These include irregular supply of bitumen, outstanding earthworks, concrete works requirements. Then now we go to the committee observation. The committee observes that the project has recorded significant progress with a large portion of contract value already disbursed. Some sections of the road have advanced considerably, while a few sections still require earthworks and drainage infrastructure. The irregular supply of bitumen has affected the pace of road sealing works. Completion of the culverts and iris crossing is critical to ensuring proper drainage along and a long-term durability of this road. Committee's recommended, Honorable Speaker, the National Road Authority should work with suppliers to ensure consistent supply of bitumen to prevent further delays in the project. I think this is not a proper recommendation, because actually it's the contractor that's responsible to work with the suppliers to fast track the bitumen supply actually. The contractor should deploy additional technical teams, particularly for concrete works, in order to expedite the construction of culverts and iris crossing. Close monitoring should be maintained by a consultant and the National Roads Authority to ensure that the remaining works are completed within the revised timeline. The Ministry of Works and Infrastructure should continue strengthening supervision mechanisms to ensure timely delivery of the project. Honorable Speaker, we go to spot check on the giraffe project. I want the honorable members to look at that by themselves. Then construction of roads nationwide, we said that earlier, is a repetition of that particular. Then fact sheets, let honorable members look at it by themselves. So look at the progress of works. Honorable Speaker, at the time of committee's visit, significant progress had been recorded, with over project completion standing at approximately 63%, which is above average performance. The committee was informed that the contractor is actively working on 2 of the 3 road sections with varying levels of completion. You look at Njao, Carol, Loop, WAF, 112 kilometers, fact sheets. They are told, let the members look at that by themselves. Then we look at the committee observation. Following the site inspection and the briefing by the project officers, including artworks, subgrade preparations, and drainage structures have been completed in several sections. Double bituminous surface treatment, DBST works have not yet commenced in most sections of the project. The progress levels vary across the 3 road sections, with Yao Loop, Carol, Wharf recording the highest progress among the sites visited. Honorable Speaker, we now look at the engagement of the Independence Stadium. During the conduct of the oversight visits, Honorable Speaker, the committee could not meet the Ministry of Youth and Sports officials, Independence Stadium management, contractors, or consultants at the site. However, these officers were later summoned to appear before a joint committee, this committee and the Select Committee on Tourism, Arts, Culture, Youth and Sport at the Assembly. Key issues discussed in this meeting included progress of renovation works at the stadium, compliance with international sporting standards, project timelines and completion schedules, supervision and coordination among stakeholders. However, Honorable Speaker, officials submitted documents as required by the committee, which are currently in the review and shall be part of the next report on the ongoing implementation of government projects. Honorable Speaker, construction and renovation of health facilities, I want members to look at that by themselves. Then I look at the fact sheets. Rehabilitation of the CT scanning rooms and Edward Francis Small Hospital, members look at that by themselves. Clinic projects, construction and rehabilitation, there are 2 fact sheets attached. Let members look at that by themselves. We look at the key challenges. Contractor cash flow issues due to payment recovery, limited contractor capacity, and unreliable workforce. Honorable Speaker, then construction of Njao Health Center, Lot 2, let the members look at that. The project faxes there to attach. Key challenges, delays in client disbursement, lack of suitable sand at start, contractor capacity and workforce issues, variation from client causing delays. Then Banjul Polyclinic, let members look at that by themselves. The fact sheet, as I said, there to attach. Key challenges, limited site access due to ongoing activities, delay in accessing Block E, security building affected by space constraints. The construction of the central medical store, let the honorable members look at that by themselves. Rehabilitation of CT scanning rooms and Edward Francis Small Hospital, members peruse that by themselves. Rehabilitations, Lot 1 and 2 is like some of these are just repetition of each other. We go to observation and committee findings. Contractor performance and project management. Contractors have largely delivered on major works with adherence to technical specification evident across sites. GAMWORKS projects management has ensured progress despite multiple challenges. Delays and disbursement issues, which I said before is a notorious problem for most of the projects. Common factors causing delays included changes in technical specifications, variations issued by clients, delayed disbursement, and procurement bottlenecks. These have impacted timelines across multiple projects. Operational and space constraints, limited access to active facilities, ongoing hospital operations, and logistical constraints have slowed rehabilitation and construction work. Financial oversight, Honorable Speaker. The committee notes that advance payment recovery and cash flow management remain critical to ensure uninterrupted project implementation. Recommendation, let the honorable members look at the recommendations by themselves. Then we go to the general challenges, and that will bring us to the end of this committee report. General challenges identified across projects, Honorable Speaker. Delays in release of project funds. For the general challenges, I'm only going to read the heading. Then members can look at the substance by themselves. 1, delays in release of project funds. 2, contract extension and project delays. 3, procurement and logistics challenges. 4, right-of-way and land encroachment issues. 5, inconsistent supply of construction materials. 6, contractor capacity constraints. And this is what was the issues, one of the issues we highlighted. I don't know how do we arrive at a contractor without a capacity when the bidding document was very clear with the type of contractor we want. Variation in project scopes, Honorable Speaker, coordination challenges among implementing agencies, site access and operational constraints, technical and administrative bottlenecks. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the oversight visits enable the committee to assess the progress of key government development projects in the area of road infrastructure, health facilities, and agricultural infrastructure. The committee observed that while significant progress has been made on several projects, a number of them are experiencing delays due to factors such as delay funding disbursements, logistical and procurement challenges, contractor capacity constraints, and coordination difficulties among implementing agencies. Honorable Speaker, the committee emphasized the need for stronger coordination among the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, timely release of project funds, and strict adherence to contractual obligations in order to ensure the timely completion of these projects and the realization of their intended socio-economic benefits. Honorable Speaker, the committee reaffirms its commitment to continued monitoring the implementation of government projects in line with its oversight mandate over the National Assembly of the Gambia to ensure transparency, accountability, and value for money in the use of public resources. General recommendation, Honorable Speaker, I read them one, then members can look at the substance by themselves. 1, strengthening project monitoring and supervision. 2, timely release of project funds. 3, enforcement of contractual obligations. 5, strengthening inter-agency coordination. 5, improve procurement and logistics planning. Strengthening oversight of project variations. 7, addressing contractor capacity challenges. Enhancing local capacity and employment. 9, regular reporting to the National Assembly. 10, development of risks and contingency plans, such as delays in material supply, logistical constraints, environmental conditions, or other events that may affect project implementation. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Any seconder? The member for Sabasanya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank the chairman of the committee for tabling this important report before us, and also all committee members.
Honorable member, 1 minute, please.
Yes.
Honorable members, the chair consumed 30 minutes, and then we now have 30 minutes. So, and we have a good number of members who want to speak. I suggest that we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes, including the seconder. Honorable member, please go ahead. The member for Sabasanya.
No, but Chair, with your that statement, I don't think that is correct. It has never been here that the seconder would be limited, would be given limited time.
Honorable members, order, please. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. 3 minutes from the, including the seconder.
You must give us the reason, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, because it has never happened before.
Honorable members, the member for Sabah Sanjal, any seconder? Yeah, please Go ahead.
Yeah, but that 3 minutes you're talking about has never happened here. Why? Why are you giving that conditions today?
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Order. Honorable members, order, please. Honorable members, order.
If that is so, it has to be moved by a member of the APC.
Honorable members,
That's
order. Honorable member for Sabah Sanjal, you cannot use your mic without the leave of the speaker. Don't do that. Honorable members, order. I want the member for Sabah Sanjal quote me a standing order that state that for limitation of time, the seconder is excluded. If we have any, we will abide by the law. Tell me, you have been more or less probably kind of disrespecting the speaker while you're chair. That was uncalled for. But you can please quote the order for me, then you can go ahead.
No, but I'm not disrespecting the speaker. I'm just setting the record.
Honorable members, 3 minutes, including the seconder. Honorable Sabah Sanjal, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Anyway, thank you, Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabiji, for cabling this important report before us. I want to first second the motion and then make a statement. After thanking the members for this wonderful job they have done for the National Assembly members, I wish to just seek for some few clarification from the mover, because I understand that road construction monitoring should focus on quality, safety, design, compliance, drainage, compaction progress, protection, and cost control. And I haven't seen anywhere in the report which captures these important elements of monitoring a contract as far as road construction is concerned. And you've also stated in your report that one of your recommendations on the work progress under the EPC, is it EPC roads or whatever, on the page 10, you said the recommendation from the contractor is that a diversion should at least be developed in one of the routes to prevent delays. I understand diversion, you're talking about a temporal route construction, a temporal route that is constructed to prevent or to allow proper construction to go through as far as road alignments are concerned. And because you were saying that there are challenges because in the right of way, there are obstacles. And therefore, the contractor is recommending that the road be shifted. I don't think that is the same with diversion. You're talking of realignment of route, but not diversion. I want that to be cleared a little bit. And also in one of your recommendations, you recommended that the National Roads Authority should strengthen coordination with relevant institutions to resolve issues relating to right-of-way encouragements. Honorable Chair, if you look at the National Road Authority, they have been facing challenges. And you are saying that the National Road Authority is the executing agency. Now, an executing agency which is underfunded, how do you expect that executing agency to strengthen coordination with relevant institutions? National Road Authority has been facing challenges. National Assembly have approved over 90-something millions for them. But if you talk to them today, they will tell you that.
Thank you. Member for Woolly East, you have the floor. Woolly East, you have the floor.
Limited time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also thank the committee for a very good report. And if you go to page 16, you will see the recommendations there. close monitoring by the National Roads Authority and the ministry.
You have not exhausted the procedure.
Thank you, Talinding, for that observation. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Select Committee on Monitoring of Government Projects Oversight Visit to selected project sites across the country, April-May 2025. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, now those who want to take part in the debate may do so by show of tags. In fact, a good number of you made it on my list. We begin with the member for Woolly East. Woolly East, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was talking about monitoring by both the Roads Authority and the Ministry so that they'll be able to identify lapses earlier lapses. I'll give you an example. In my constituency, the Lamenkoto Road, when it was being constructed, the villagers insist on the contractor to put a pipe across the other side of the village. But because they could not see any of the monitoring teams, the construction team refused to do that. And therefore, the other side of the village is still lack of access to water. So they keep on taking bottle and crossing the road to fetch water. That needs to be avoided. Honorable Speaker, if you also travel to between Yoruba towards Willie East, you will see that there is a serious crooked road that was put there. I think if feasibility studies were done properly, and then the monitoring team is also following the construction team, they'll be able to avoid some of those things. They should not follow traditional roads. They should come up with feasibility study to ensure that in some places it is straight. And you know what it also costs is that on a yearly basis, the village where that crooked road is has always been confronting erosion, which keeps on destroying their buildings, etc., etc. Honorable Speaker, on page 22 also, you will notice that there is a construction on Central Store at administrative building. And the timeline for the completion of that building took a long time. It keeps on pushing once, twice, 3 times. And therefore, it goes to a state where the initial amount for the project was 33,500,000, but it ended up, from my observation in your report, it ended up 37,150,000. So we need to be able to work as much as possible to ensure that projects are completed on time to be able to avoid the increments of these things. Honorable Speaker, as I said, feasibility studies needs to be done. And when they are doing these feasibility studies, especially for the roads, they should ensure that they do it together with the local communities because they know the erosion situation in their areas. They know the situation in their areas. So therefore, if they are done together, you will see that some of the lapses will be avoided. On that note, I thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Woolly East. Now, the member for Nyanija, you have the floor.
Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. First of all, I want to join my colleagues to thank the committee for doing the needful, going out, of course, to do oversight. And I will Speaker, but oversight should be done in fairness and, of course, in the best interest of the people that we represent. The report is very good, well detailed, but to me it is one-sided. Because you cannot go on road monitoring, projects monitoring, and you don't talk to the beneficiaries of those projects, like the communities. It's important you talk to the MDAs, you talk to the technicians, you talk to the ministries, and you deal with the contractors and here and there. But if you go to the communities, engage the community members. This is how we were doing it last time. I was part of this committee, but I'm not seeing it reflecting in this report. Probably it was done, but as far as the report is concerned, I'm not seeing it reflecting. Because the report focuses more on inputs and outputs, like the money spent progress, kilometers covered, and so on. But actually, the outcome and the benefits that it is giving to the people, because the whole essence of everything is for this project to benefit the people. And that's why the government is embarking on it. And that's why the National Assembly is supporting this crusade. So if you go down there to look at these projects, road from Chaben Nyanija to Kaur, ask the people. How do you see this project? Is it going good? How is the work going? What benefit will it bring? If you see a health center being constructed in Kuntaur, ask the people, what are the benefits this health, what benefits this health center will bring? What not going there trying to say the progress is this, the delays are that. This is the National Assembly. Oversight. And that is key in oversight. We represent the people. Let's, if you go there, please. No. Let's go there and talk to people. Let's find out the opinion of the people. You see, I'm not a member of the committee, but we are the founding members of this committee. And we know what we have done. In the presence of our former chair, Honorable Sao, we know what we have done here in the last legislature. So, Honorable Speaker, this is what I have. I cannot go further. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Kiang West, you have the floor. Is Kiang West is not around, Bunukakunda, you can take the floor.
Honorable Speaker. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair for the committee. Thank you very much for this great work. And today, when I go through the report and having listened to you, I've realized that my constituency have been mentioned fondly more than any other constituents. However, let me use this opportunity to thank the government through the Ministry of Works and for the construction of Care West Road. And we have had several interactions, so many requests through the ministry, which were some project challenges, and the ministry was able to accept those things, and they are able to do the work as requested by the community. If you look at Karantaba, the road that goes inside Karantaba should have been direct to Janakunda this way and direct to Misira this way, but they have gone inside Karantaba and do Karantaba to Mandina, which was not part of the project. All these are appreciated by us. And going through Kenaba also, that also we appreciated it, and we want to say thank you very much for this. And we hope that the road between Kulikunda and that of Jammaru also, the ministry would consider that this is a big challenge, and the students come from that community. It's just 1 kilometer. So we hope that, and the ministry representative is here, we hope that you will definitely consider this. For us, it's just 1 kilometer so that they can also have a road. Honorable Speaker, having said all of that, there are several challenges in terms of project fund disbursement. I want to believe these are due to a number of projects that are going together concurrently. This is why some time ago, during budget bilateral, FPAC recommended that government be concentrated on ongoing projects before they start new projects. Because if so many projects are going together concurrently and they are all depending on the GLF, of course, there will be a lot of pressure, and the little that is generated by the revenue authority will go to one area, and all other areas will wait until another disbursement is done. They start. So this is what causes some of the delays. So it is prudent that government focus on the projects that are ongoing and leave other projects. When those projects are done, they can come and do those, because otherwise, project delays does not only affect the communities, but it as well affects in terms of financially. It has financial implications. This is why if you look at some of the areas, there were project fund that has been adjusted due to project timeline adjustment. So I want to recommend that the government focus on the ongoing projects rather than starting new projects. Having said that, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Member for Kiang West. Honorable members, some time ago, the orders, Lower Salem stopped that. Some time ago, the ABC, I think 2022 or 2023, moved a motion in accordance with Order 61 for allocation, allotting time for 1 hour. And 1 hour time include even the mover of the motion or whatever report is part of the 1 hour. And it is nowhere in the standing orders to say that even the mover himself, you cannot time him. Because if you allow it open for the mover and the seconder to use all the time, that will not be fair to members. In this instance, the mover, the member for Ratikunda, spoke for 30 minutes, half of the 1 hour. And the members I have here, even if I give them 2 minutes, or 1.5 minutes, it will be more than 30 minutes. So therefore, we need to think of even getting some time, maybe you are moving a motion, maybe it should not be more than 10 minutes so that members will add value to your report. Now, the member for Bundukakunda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee through the chair for coming up with this report because this report is very important. It's about, going to visit
Point of order.
on current.
There is a point of order by the member for Sabasanja.
I'm rising on order 31-2. A member who has spoken to a question proposed to the Assembly may again be heard, if the Speaker so permits, to explain some part of his or her speech which has been misunderstood. But when so speaking, he or she shall not introduce any new matter.
Order?
Order 31-2. 31-2.
Okay, all right, please take a seat. Occasion when a member may speak more than once. When you are debating or there's a matter or you are delivering a statement, probably after delivering that, you may speak more than once, especially when time permits. Let me read 31-2. A member who has spoken to a question proposed to the Assembly may again be heard, if the Speaker so permits, to explain some part of his or her speech which has been misunderstood. But when so speaking, he or she shall not introduce any new matter. The member for Bunukakunda is on the floor. I don't know. A member who spoke, a member who has spoken to a question proposed to the Assembly, a member who spoke, he may speak. That is why when we are on session or when we are on committees of supply or there is a motion or there is a matter we are discussing, sometimes the member of Central Badibu will take the floor, we give him the opportunity, you give order to, and he will come again, you give him. But this one is out of order. Member of Bunukakunda, continue.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I said,
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of order by the member for Sabasanjal.
Honorable Speaker, my point of order is not on Bundunkakunda.
Okay, read the point of order, then I'll give you the opportunity. Which order? No, when Speaker rule, you can. No, when speak. Oh, okay. Thank you. Member Bunukakunda, please continue.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order on which order?
31-2.
The one you read now? Honorable member, you are abusing the process, please.
No, because you are not making a ruling on my point of order. You are ruling against what I'm saying, and it's not correct. You have to be fair to me.
Honorable members, order, please, members. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order, please. 31-2. Is that one I rule on now? No, honorable member, I rule that that order is out of order.
By how?
No,
you don't understand.
The member for Bunuga Kuna, please go ahead.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker.
On which one?
31-2.
No, I rule on that now.
You did not rule on my point of order. If you don't understand the order, you need to ask me to explain.
Honorable member, I said, no, you are out of order. Oh, you are out of order. No, honorable member, take your seat, please. Honorable member, take your seat, please. Honorable member Sabah Sanjal. The member for Sabah Sanjal. Honorable members, order, please. Member for Rowan Yomi, take your seat. Yami Owens, take your seat, please. Order. No, honorable member. Order, honorable members. Honorable member, you see, order. Honorable member, all right. Honorable member, you said you want to speak twice. That is the order, discretion of the speaker to allow a member to speak twice.
Read the order properly, Honorable Speaker. The order is saying,
okay, read it.
A member who has spoken to a question proposed to the Assembly may again be heard, if the Speaker so permits. That is to your own discretion. If you want to permit me to explain some part of his or her speech which has been misunderstood.
Sit down. Take your seat. Take your seat. Now, honorable members, you know the order is for the speaker to permit a member to explain to his speech in a question before the assembly. I want to ask, who made a speech here and what was the question? I'm asking you.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I made a statement here, and you came again, and then you made another statement against what I have said. And I understand that my statement has been misunderstood by you. And therefore, I'm seeking the permission from you based on Standing Order 31-2, so as to help me explain my statement for your better understanding. Thank you.
Honorable members, order, please. Now, I have to look at the order again, because someone must make a speech on a question before the assembly. And now I have to determine what is the question and which speech was made. And that warrant you wanting to come back again and clarify your speech. That is not before us. A speech you made here based on a question before Parliament, that's what I cannot comprehend. That's why I rule it out. And you said, if the speaker so permits to explain yourself, that's what I could not grasp yet. To allow me to continue and read it, consult and look at which speech was made. And what is the question before? Because to me, I made a ruling that is out of order. I'm not entertaining that based on speaker's ruling. But you are again rising to a point of order on the same clause. That itself is out of order. But because there was no speech made, I instructed as per the standing orders for each member, including the mover of the motion, to be given, to be limited to 3 minutes to allow a good number of members to partake in the debate. And you are opposed to that. In your opposition to that, you even didn't, you wanted more time, you didn't come with clean hands. And I said, no, my instruction, because you said it must, is the law. I said, give me the law. You are unable to provide me any law. And I further came for clarity, for members to know, because some were murmuring. There is no law in the standing orders that states that the mover of the motion or the one seconding the motion must be treated more equal than other members. It's not there. It's not in the law.
You see,
because, in fact, that's the reason why I say you. But no, not misunderstanding. You see, at the time, all members were here. The member for Sabah Sanjal was forced in saying you will do it.
You say you don't understand. That is not correct. It's not about the law. I've never been a member seconding the motion and a time given or limited for him. So my question was, why beginning from me? For the first time, this was what I meant, but I did not mean that I was going to speak more than any other member. In fact, when you made the statement that considering the fact that the mover of the motion has taken 30 minutes of the time, I had the intention to just speak not even more than 4 or 5 minutes to limit the time and allow members to speak. But I have no intention to take the time of Parliament. I submit to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, order. You see, member for Sabah Sanjal, order. When I told you people that the member for Atikunda Sabiji consumed 30 minutes, and I said we are left with only 30 minutes, we go, and I have good number of people on my list, and there will be 3 minutes including the move of the motion. Even when you go to record, your statements are there. Everybody has. And based on that, and you are saying must, is not going to happen. It's on record. No order, honorable members. So, and you said you cannot do that. It's wrong, Speaker. No. So, and I said, all right, I am wrong, but I'm going to use the law legally in the right way and do the right thing. And I did the right thing. And the intention is very clear to allow every member to partake. In fact, most of the time, when a member is moving a motion, I always interject to say, member, please summarize. Sometimes I will say,
reservation, Speaker.
Don't do that. Sometimes I will even go further to say, so that you can give opportunity to members to partake in debate, to contribute to your motion or your report. So, honorable members, because people who lay motion or report and those secondment, because they are allowed to limitless time, that doesn't make it legal.
Why didn't you limit the mover?
In the book. Now, today,
why didn't you limit the mover's time? Why didn't you limit his time?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't use your mic. Please, don't do that. Now I have departed from that norm, and that's what I instructed. Member Bunduka Kunda, please continue.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Looking at this report, I just want to emphasize on recommendation 8. It says enhancing local capacity and employment. I think this is very important, and I think it's better now for Minister of Trade, Works, even including Minister of Youth and Sports, to collaborate so that, because there are so many constructions that are going on. But the major challenge that these contractors normally have is because they don't have local laborers. So because most of our young people, they don't want to get into such thing. So at the end of the day, most of the laborers who normally work in this road construction site are normally non-Gambians. So, and normally, for you to have the required work and dedication, and for you to have that is always a problem. So for that being the case, I want to appeal so that the Minister of Works to ensure that whenever they are giving out contract, the contractors, there should be some kind of a quota for Gambian. And at the same time also to collaborate with USET so that they can come up with young people who are in the construction side to transfer knowledge. Because most of these project managers from the contractors are not Gambians. We have our own project contractors at the National Roads Authority. But at the end of the day, these people can do anything with the work and they will not do the needful. So I'm encouraging our young people who are, who may be willing to participate and, get themselves into this thing. Because at the end of the day, these projects are meant for Gambians. And also, whenever they are to do any project, especially road construction, it's important for them to engage the community so that the community can, at least give them some certain information concerning about the area that they want to construct. So on that note, I want to thank the committee for the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Budunkakunda. Now, Talinding Kunyang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to thank the chair of the committee and the entire committee members for a good job. I just want to mention that this committee is very important. But looking at the date that they have taken this tour, it's April 2025, last year. It's been 10 months before you table it. And you have progress reports that are on percentage at the time. And we don't expect by now, there has been some changes that happen. So for me, we are talking about delays in contractual arrangements, but there is delay in tabling the report itself. No, it's true. I'm not trying to ridicule the committee. This is a very important committee. And for me, left to me alone, this committee will go on a countrywide tour every committee session. Every committee session. This committee should go and they should report, they should table it the next one. There shouldn't be any delay. Because government is spending millions on these projects. Billions on these projects. And we have these contractors that are not sincere, according to reports. And sometimes, even if a president wants to go and inspect, all irrelevant. So I want to flag that. We support you on that. And we've highlighted a lot of things that is a culture in this country. Contract delays, capacity of contractors. What kind of engineers do you have in this country? What kind of engineers do you have in this country? Sometimes you look at roads that millions have been spent. Three years down the line, they are swept by flooding roads, road water. It's quality of the roads are poor. Quality of the roads are poor. And what they do is eye service. I remember when before Bundu was constructed, there was big pothole. People cannot pass. They have to divert because of that road. The president was coming there to inspect the Bundu. Before you know it, National Road Authority came, and if you got that money, you think you are in Dubai. They level everything. No, this is not sincere. Just because the president is going there and you have been paid, and there is the construction is on pipeline, you are not doing the job. Now the president is going there for another visit. If the president goes there, you'll see it. You go and do rubber work so that the president comes and feel you people are working.
Member for Fonyi Councillor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the chairman of the committee for tabling this report. Honorable Speaker, if down to the member, the chair, and the issue of the Independent Stadium, they were unavailable when we went to visit. In the report, it's not stated what you found in your visit. I don't know whether you could also help us in that. And secondly, also, when you call these people, there are specific areas that you've highlighted in making sure to see, one, the renovation work of the stadium, and again, also compliance with international sporting standard, project timelines, completions, etc. And also now, after inviting them, you're also seeking another extension of reporting this part for the next, maybe, committee engagement. What will be the fate of the stadium? We've heard that sporting is not going into the Independent Stadium because of XYZ, that is not. So I think the committee could have done better in this to make sure they could have re-engaged this and put timelines for them to be able to do. And secondly, also, Honorable Chair, your visit entails around the 20th to 26th. Our roads in Sangajor, Dasilame, and also currently Kanfenda, Tintiba was not part of this list, and these are major projects. Currently, the bitumen has been sealed for almost months now, and as what Honorable Talending said, it's the same thing. In my area, road from Sangajor to Dasilame, there is a bridge that is not completed, over 6 months. But when the president visited the area, they went and sealed and filled it very beautiful. After he left, they used the caterpillars and graders. It is at the worst stage. And bitumen has been laid, yes, still it's a challenge. So I don't know why was the committee not unable to visit. After passing Keneba, you had Fonyi Councillor. It's also could have been very prudent for you to visit and see the level of work. And again, bitumen has already been laid 6 months still. I know they said they had these financial challenges or so, but why was it not visited? I also want to know. And finally, also, I think the issue of NRA, you could have also, you laid some reports to them where they could, but they also crying that they had a budget short of about 90 million or so. They requested the 50, they can still have it. And the recommendation you have laid through now, what would you solidify their move to make sure they're also supported, to make sure they could do some of those taxes that you're taxing them? If somebody is empty, what would you do a tax onto? So these are also issues that I also want to lay before the committee chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member for Bonny Councillor. And now I give the floor to the member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues to thank the chairman and the team for a job well done. But one thing that is missing, and I want to remind the chairman about these successful roads that are mentioned, are captured in your report, was initiated by the Monitoring Committee of the 5th Legislature during the 2021 budget bilateral, where we gave over 5 billion from GLF component to start these roads. So we need to be tapped from behind. On a more serious note, Mr. Chairman, I am indeed very much impressed with the job done. Only the issue of the timely reporting and the emphasis, as alluded by the Talending Kunjang, that you need to table this report earlier before today. But Mr. Chairman, I want to take you through about the issue of the qualified contractors. I haven't seen any strategic recommendation that will avoid that, because we expect any time you are going to contract any firm to embark on such a major project, there should be a tendering where you will target highly qualified people. So if that is not properly done, and to an extent of you are able to realize unqualified contractors that are unable to implement. So you need to have a strategic recommendation that will address that in the soonest possible time. So there's another issue, emphasis of the NRA taking the lead. As mentioned by my former speakers in respect to the allocation as far as the income of NRA is concerned. We all know how constrained they are in terms of budgetary allocation, and they have a lot of responsibilities to do. More especially when you come to the issue of counterpart contributions. And this creates a lot of problems. Sometimes if the donors meet their part, we still struggle. And we also need a very important recommendation that will also address the timely disbursement of counterpart contribution, especially when you come to areas, the right of areas you talk about, especially when you come to the issue of compensation. But if these are not done, it's going to drastically continue to delay the timely implementation of the project. So I believe that the recommendation could be strengthened in order to capture those things so that we can also complete in the soonest possible time. Other than that is a very excellent report, and I really thank you for the job well done. And I'm also going to ascribe to that of the Talending. If you can go on every committee session, especially where the space is there, you can go and report.
Thank you. The member for Sanimentrang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, Honorable Speaker, I'll have to thank the committee for report and playing a very comprehensive report, and of course, touring the entire Gambia, just to do justice to the Gambians with regards to road connectivity. Honorable Speaker, going straight to the report, Honorable Speaker, the areas that I've highlighted with regards to, these are some of the areas which, one is the delay in release of project funds. Delay in release of project funds that most members have already spoken about, but is a very, very good concern with members with regards to road connectivity. Because delay in release in project funds, a lot of things comes out of that. The areas, the people living around that jurisdiction encounters a lot of challenges with regards to road connectivity while on construction. Because they will have flood, one is a challenge. And then of course, even the access to water could also be a challenge. And then of course, women and children connectivity, road connectivity to their various schools and markets would also be challenges for them. And of course, the diversion issue will also be a challenge. And of course, dust. In road construction, of course, when we know before finalizing it, people experience a lot of receiving dust in their houses and of course, in their, even while cooking. So release of project funds should be regularized. And then the second thing would also be the road quality. It is very good that people have road connectivity, access to roads, as good as access to clean water. But then the problem is when people when the road quality, the road is beautifully constructed, but when the quality is not that progressive, it brings a lot of things as well. Because you cannot construct a road, and when the quality is not that good, few years, and considering the amount of money that has already been put in that project, it creates a lot of challenges for us as a nation. So, Honorable Speaker, on that note, these are a few of the observations that I have done, and on that note, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Honorable members, I still have good number of you on my list, and the 30 minutes have been exhausted. Even there is no minute left for the move of the motion, even to wind up the debate. Now, what are we going to do? I have some of you on my list. I will try to probably now we'll just give 2 minutes. People go direct to their point, especially those who are not members of the committee. Is that okay? Those who are not members of the committee.
No, yes, this is our report. There are information from the members that we need to clear. Maybe 2 minutes, you will be okay.
All right, I will give you people, those who are in my list. No, Joshua, you are not here. You are raising your tag now. You are not here. No, Joshua, you are not here. Huh? Joshua, yes? No, the mover will respond. I told you people, the member for Joshua is something else. Now I have these people on my list. So, Busumbara, Nyamina West, Lower Salum, Birkama North, Tumanna. Yes, Joshua? No, we are not taking names anymore. Exactly 33 minutes. All my interventions, the intervention I made is not part of the 33 minutes that they consume. And your guys have to reply. So we are not taking names anymore. Please, if you are members of the committee, I want to appeal. Now, can we hear Busumbala? Busumbala is out. Can you hear Nyamina West?
Thank you very much, Speaker.
2 minutes.
Yes, I also want to take part and thank the committee. I also have to thank the government of the day for coming up with these projects. That's why the monitoring. The monitoring here is very important on transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness In so doing, I also expect the contractors to be most qualified. And by hearing from the monitoring committee about the contracts, or doubting some of them, I wonder, and I have to throw a question back to them to at least give sample of some of the contractors that were qualified or unqualified for this contract, because going through all the process, due procedure on bidding and tendering, I doubt why some of them were chosen and not up to the task. I also observed some of their presentations that were very important, that we should look at and reflect the government into it, such as local content, that is the engagement of the local community on the projects. These are very important, and they are government requirements. But some of the contractors don't take this very important, and definitely some of these, or the committees should benefit from these contracts. It also takes me to the environment. Sometimes these contractors come to our environment, they make damages on farmlands, and they leave us like that without maintaining those environments. So they make damage to the farmlands. These are not accepted. I have got some challenges when they are constructed.
Member for Birkama North and Minority Leader, you have the floor. He's out. Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me. I'm also a member. Also join my colleagues to thank the people who intervened, more especially the committee clerks that have done a great job. Honorable Speaker, for the fair of members, I'll start with telling them, because I'm a member. Telling them we cannot report monthly, because, you know, tabling a report, you need evidences to gather evidences. And Parliament, we work on a 3 months, that's every quarterly, whereby the ABC will add the report that should come in or not to come out. You understand? And before you finish to getting all this evidence, it takes time. So we cannot report monthly. I know you want us to go every committee sessions we go for a double. It cannot be, because not only monitors are the committee members. And again, you need a concept note before you go for a tour. And this concept note also identify various places where you go. The member for councillor mentioned we didn't go to his constituency. Yes, because we cannot go the entire country. There are places where are targeted. Maybe next time we can continue with the member for councillor and other constituencies. Now, going back to Nyaniga. Nyaniga, we have engaged many people. It could be oversight. This is why, because, of course, I'm a member. No, I'm a member. No, I'm a member. And again, we as a member, you understand, maybe it could be oversight, but we went to a series of places. We made the, yes, maybe you can.
Member for Lower Salem. Thank you for responding to the member for Talending. But what he said you people are talking about the delay in the project, but the report is delayed for 1 year. You cannot delay it. But that's what he said. No. Even your chair is laughing. Even your chair is laughing. Yeah. The member for Kimana, you have the floor. Yeah. Thank you very much. Lower Salem, it's okay. Your time has exhausted. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I just want to join my colleagues to thank the committee and how comprehensive their report is. I believe the report is very, very comprehensive and it has covered a lot. We need to thank them for that, Honorable Speaker. I will go straight to the general recommendation that they gave. The strengthening interagency coordination. I think this is also very important. Even the recent report that we have, that was late, this issue has been a very big problem there.
and also it has appeared here also. Therefore, the interagency coordination within the ministries and NDMS is very, very important. Honorable Speaker, we move to addressing contractor capacity building challenges. This is also very important. We have a lot of contractors that are taking the projects of the government, and these contractors later we realize that they are not capable. And this is very, very important. That also contributed to the failure of some of the government projects or the delay of some of the government projects. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, enhancing the local capacity and employment. This is also very important because if you go into the intricacies, that the contractors implementing the government infrastructure projects in collaboration with the Ministry of Trade, Industry. I don't know whether they are talking about Ministry of Work or they are talking about Ministry of Trade. The point is very important that increasing the engagement and training of the Gambian workers. I think this is also very important. So, Honorable Speaker, my last point will be on the report itself. The report, the purpose of asking the committees to go out is to give us updated information. But this report is giving us an outdated information. This information is outdated.
And now, finally, member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will start by responding to my in-law, who said that the report is outdated. And I think that one is a wrong statement. Reports comes in based on quarterly basis. The other thing also I want to put in there.
There is a point of order by the member for Kiang West. No, don't make a statement. You are on a point of order. Can I hear a point of order, sir? Your mic, my friend. Speak to your mic. Use the other mic.
Honorable Speaker, I want you to put Honorable Member for Tumana to order. The member was speaking and he was distracting. He was even making noise. And this is against the standing orders. Order 17F, please. Tumana, you can go through that order.
Order sustained. And thank you very much. It's also applicable to you. Member for Joshua, continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we had members' contribution. First, I will come to issues that I want us to look at properly as a team. The issue of targeting highly qualified contractors. In every contract, there are specifications. And the specification are what guides the contractor and also the consultant or the client who gives out the contract. This specification asks you your workforce, it asks you your financial status, it asks you your key personnel, and if those key personnel are qualified, then you are on the contract. I think the contract we have to look at here is very clear. There are delays. There were delays caused by both parties. There were delays in payments, and there were also delays in access to sites. There were also delays in access to materials. So all these things were factors. And then there was an issue also issue raised about the capacity building of contractors. Yes, it is there. The reason why we raised it, because there was a contract that was awarded to a contractor without following the right procedures. So if you overlook a contractor, and the contractor cannot do it as it should be, it will be a problem. Instead of overlooking a contractor, divide those contracts into lots. You don't just want to be rusting and make a whole lot and give it a single contractor. At the end of the day, that will be delayed. And the time now to look at properly. So, Honorable Speaker, I think based on what I have seen, the committee did a very good job. And then also, we cannot be going out all the time because there are committees, and then we're going to go to committee of the whole house. We are restricted on the number of thoughts that we have to embark on. It's only monitoring committee within the parliament. So all those things.
Honorable members, in calling on the mover of the motion, I want to remind him that he took 30 minutes, half of his time, I have to give members extra time. I'm going to give him 7 minutes to wind up the debate.
Honorable Speaker, I don't think I'll be able to respond because this part of the process is very important, where the mover respond to every query or question raised by honorable members. So I will allow you to.
I agree, within 1 hour. And you took 30 minutes, and I gave you extra time. So you have 7 minutes to respond.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe some honorable members will go, their question will go unanswered. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First to start with the Honorable Member for Sabah Sanja. Honorable Member for Sabah Sanja talk about measurables. I'm happy that Honorable Member for Joshua qualified that. Experienced engineers will lump all of that under contract specifications. Honorable Speaker, he also talked about diversion of roads. That is also not correct. I learned, Honorable Member, one time work with RSG as site supervisor, but diversion on the right of way, he's talking about changing the design so that those properties that are affected by way of relocation or settlements, the design will be able to leave them aside and take another right of way. That is the proper explanation. Honorable Member also talked about NRA, stated before, cannot be responsible for coordination. That is not also proper. If you look, the ministry is responsible for all contracts, but the executing agency is the NRA on behalf of the ministry. So you cannot get the NRA out of coordination of government projects. Honorable Minister, Honorable Member for Sabah Sanja, Honorable Member for Wuli East. You talk about also query the inefficiency of NRA. Monitoring the government projects. Yes, I agree with you. NRA at one point, they don't have capacity. They also have resource constraints. But in this National Assembly, they always query, we give them a very small amount of budgets to do their functions. You also talk about feasibility, so I agree with you. And this is what the committee keep emphasizing to the minister and the ministry. Conduct a proper feasibility studies, because feasibility studies will inform the project. The right of way, all the specifications of the project must be embedded in the feasibility studies. And that's what the contractors and the consultants will do. But improper feasibility studies, I agree with you, will always lead to delay of contract because it will keep attracting addendums, it will keep attracting price escalations, etc., etc. I agree with you. Member, you also talk about the central medical store. Yes, I agree with you. Contract delay will obviously attract extra costs on government. I said it before, addendums will come, price escalations will come, etc., etc., and that all does increase the cost of the project. Member for Nyanija, I agree with you, you started the project, but we added more value to this committee than we met it. And congratulations for starting the committee, but we gave it more value. I agree with you. Beneficiaries is not reflected in the report. But to be honest with you, in the full disclosure of fact, we met several communities, we met alcalos. In fact, we conducted a social audit report, Burfoot and all other places, Coastal Road. We met the alcalo and the VDC, so therefore, the only problem we have is not reflective on the report, but to answer your questions, we met the communities face to face and move to move. Member for Kia West, I agree with you. Road construction in Kia West uplifted the life and the socio-economic activities of the region. I was a teacher there in 2015, when I graduated from the college. In those days, we used to wake up 3 a.m. to get cars. But now, you can go Karantewa, you take the corridor, Kemoto, Jane Kunda, you come to Gise, Manduari, Mendina, etc., you're connected. So congratulations to government for that matter. But Honorable Member, what he also said, we've been advising government on this. Do one project at a time. Do one project at a time. You cannot do several roads at the same time. And I agree with you on that. Government should be forward to do one project at a time. Member for Bunduka Kunda, you talk about, you thanked us, the government, and also you talk about recommendation to enhance the local capacity. I agree with you. Bidding documents, the committee keeps emphasizing this to the ministries and agencies. Improve your bidding documents so that any foreign contractor that is giving this contract will be obligated to have skill transfer. Because what we emphasize is joint venture. We are going to give you the work, but you must work with a local partner. By way of that, skill transfer will be enhanced, and etc., etc. I agree with you on that. I think government should improve on that. You also said users should be involved for youth, to encourage youth to participate in construction works. I agree with all of that. Member for Talindi, you queried that the project, our report is delayed. I agree with you. We only laid the report after 10 months. By way of that, even the report itself is expired. We cannot go frequently. In fact, to agree with you, I am more frustrated, and the vice chair is more frustrated, and the members of the are more frustrated for the fact that they don't allow this committee to roll. And at one point, at Bureau of Committees, we emphasize this. This committee is unique. As far as monitoring is concerned, we should go out every session. But when we meet at the Bureau of Committees, there are many people who will be downplaying that statement. No, you should not go. You are like any other committee. We talk about the uniqueness of this committee. We talk about the importance of this committee. Other members think that we're just trying to, say something that is. I agree with you. We should go out very, very frequently. You also talk about the capability of the contractors. We keep emphasizing that to the ministries and the agencies, and we find this very unacceptable. You prepare your bidding documents. This is what you want, A, B, and C. Like, for instance, let's put it in literally like this. You want to go out and marry a specific wife. You want a fair in complexion, a slim one, etc., etc. You go and grab a short one. Why do you do that? Then in the bidding documents, we keep telling them, if you want a special type of contractor, put it in your bidding document. So that you are not going to have a contractor that doesn't have capacity. But they'll prepare all these bidding documents, do their evaluation, technical, financial specifications, administrative compliance. They still go and pick a wrong contractor. Your guess is as good as mine. We keep emphasizing that, and we find it very unacceptable. Honorable member also talk about the performative roles. We've seen that every day. Anytime the president is going out, they do that kind of performance. So that performative role also, it frustrated us. Why will you do a particular role because the president is going out? It doesn't give me sense. Member for Kansala. When we roll out to visit Honorable Chair, it will be very good, Speaker, rather. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes. Chair, you see, what the chairman don't understand, that most of the people from the committee were responding. So ideally, you would have looked at what responding. Order. Chair,
Chair, Honorable Chair, yesterday you acted against me in this manner. So therefore today, can you continue? My commander is in the other side.
Speaker, can I observe, please?
Is it? Oh, no, it's a different thing. Yesterday, I gave you the floor when you were not seated. You were gallivanting somewhere else. It's a different thing. The member for law floor to migrate back to your seat.
Speaker, can I observe, please?
No, my friend, no. Honorable members, I want to thank the member for Latikunda Sabiji for that brilliant presentation, and of course, with excitement. His responses were very excited. And Talini Kunyang, I was holding brief for you. They could not write off what you said. In fact, he confirmed 10 months, they could not lay the report. Thank you. Honorable members, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Select Committee on Monitoring of Government Projects Oversight Visit to selected project sites across the country, April, May 2025. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk may proceed. Thank you, Chair and the committee.
Thank you. Motion, be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and adopt the motion for the restitution of Gambian artifacts and sacred heritage removed during colonial rule, with special attention to Salikanye village, by Honorable Suleiman Saho, member for Central Badibu, and Minority Chief Whip. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
There is a point of order by who? Lord Salom. Yes, may I follow Salom?
Yes, I want to arrest orders 52-2.
What?
52-2. That's motions. 52-2. All notice shall be signed by the Vice President, Minister or Committee Chair, or a member proposing the motion. Almost here, by procedurally, the motion before me is not signed by the member for Central Badibu, the minority leader and chief whip. Honorable Speaker, our procedurally, I think we are governed by the standing orders, whereby the in charge of the document should be take ownership of the document. And in this regard, I don't see whereby we can able to consider any document that flouts our procedure. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, order 52-2 reads, all notices shall be signed by the Vice President, Minister, Committee Chairperson, or member proposing the motion. Notices. When a member wants to notify the Speaker, if a member have an intent, or the Vice President or a minister or a member have the intent to bring in a motion and notifying the Speaker, it should be in writing, and that write-up must be signed. That's what this. All notices, it's not saying all motion, it said all notices. 52-1, notice of motions. And 1, notice of a motion shall be given by being handed in writing to the table office, not less than 5 clear days before the sitting at which it is intended to be debated. Intended to be debated. At least 5 clear days. If you have intention, you write your notice. Find out that is not the motion. And then he notified us in writing and he signed. Yes, member follower Salum?
Thank you very much. If you read...
So let me rule on the order first.
No, before you rule...
No, sit down first. Okay, go ahead.
No, the motion is not clear.
All right, go ahead.
If you check motions, 52 says, notice of the motions means the first step the members should take. That says, 1, notice of the motion shall be given by being handed in the writing to the table office not less than 5 clear days before sitting which is intended to be debated. That is notice. The letter that you're going to write, you have to sign that one. And 2, all notices shall be signed by the Vice President, Ministers, Committee, Chairs, or member proposing the motion. The motion should be signed by the member proposing the motion.
Honorable members, order. Honorable member orders. He is a ranking member and he is seeking clarity.
No, because my motion was signed. It was signed.
Huh?
the motion that I laid before this committee, it was signed.
Honorable members, order. Minister, Vice President, or a member for, honorable members for Lower Salon. Whenever you put an order or something before the speaker, you are fond of disrupting. When a member put up a notice for a motion or the Vice President or Minister, and he or she choose to sign the motion, that doesn't mean that if the motion is not signed and all the legal requirements are met, that the motion cannot be entertained. The requirement here is to notify through the table office. In writing, the notice must be signed. And the honorable member notified and the motion was signed. And when you go to 3, then the table office as well have a duty, and then 4, the speaker have a duty to that. And all those legal requirements as per the standing orders of the National Assembly has been met in this instance. And therefore, I will now call on the member for Central Badibu. I therefore rule that your order is ruled out, is out of order. The member for Central Badibu, please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's good to take the ranking members, the rules. All right. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the House, whereas the Gambia was subjected to colonial rule under the British Empire from the year 1821 to 1965, during which significant cultural, spiritual, and sacred artifacts were removed from Gambian communities without consent or due process. Many of the artifacts are now housed in museums in the United Kingdom, while detailed catalog of Gambian-specific artifacts are less publicly documented compared to larger African collections. The following is a consolidated overview based on colonial era practices and museum holidays. Honorable Speaker, Sali Kenya had faced series of historical injustice during the colonial period. A case in point was when the British soldiers embarked on punitive expedition in burning Sali Kenya village into ashes for suspect of keeping firearms and ammunition. Yes, arms and ammunition. Recognizing these artifacts, many of which are held today in museums, archives, and private collections in the United Kingdom, constitute vital symbols of the spiritual heritage, communal memory, and cultural sovereignty of the Gambian people. When Musa Molo, King of Fuladu, was arrested and exiled to Sierra Leone in 1990, his collection of jujus, guns, and ostrich were confiscated. Most found themselves in the hands of the British Museum or private collectors. For the Silas war drum or tabala was seized and taken to the United Kingdom in 1893 when the Emir of Combo was deposed and exiled to St. Louis in present-day Senegal. Cultural objects were looted by British soldiers and officials from Sankandi and Battalion in 1901. Recalling the growing international precedent for restitution and looted cultural heritage to African countries, including the return of the Benin bronze to Nigeria and sacred relics to Ghana, Ethiopia, and elsewhere, this is lined with African Union Agenda 2063 blueprint, the Africa we want. Furthermore, AU recognizes the year 2025 as the year of justice for Africans and the people of African descent through reparations. Noting that among the affected communities is Sali Kenya village in the North Bank region, whose elders and oral historians have consistently testified to the loss of sacred items, religious regalia, and traditional instruments during the British military and administrative operations. These objects, along with other Gambian artifacts, were removed without consent and are now located in museum and private collections in the UK and other countries. A notable example includes the traditional drum locally called tabala or tabulu, which was reportedly looted from the Badibu areas of the Gambia and is currently displayed in a museum in the United Kingdom. Further noting that Such removals were often carried out under conditions of coercion, deceit, or duress, violating both cultural norms and moral justice. Emphasizing that the continued possession and exhibition of these items in foreign museums or foreign institutions constitute a continuing act of cultural dispossession and historical injustice against the Gambian people in general and Sali Kenya in particular. Restitution is a human right. The 1996 Constitution provides for cultural rights for all Gambian citizens. The citizens of our republic have the cultural right to access the handiwork of their ancestors as inheritance. In these cultural goods found abroad for enjoyment, education, and research, these cultural objects belong to our national patrimony. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly formally calls upon the government of the United Kingdom, its High Commissioner in the Gambia, and the relevant institutions, including the British Museum and private collectors, to initiate the immediate and unconditional restitution of Gambian artifacts removed during the colonial period and reparation to the people of Sali Kenya for burning the entire village without an iota of evidence of firearms and ammunition. Directs the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, in coordination with the National Center for Arts and Culture, to compile a comprehensive inventory of all the known or suspected Gambian artifacts currently held in foreign institutions, with specific emphasis on items originating from Sali Kenya village and the North Bank region. The Gambia has hundreds of cultural objects, archival documents strewn in Western museums. The Sari report commissioned by the President Macron in 2019 has revealed that France Qual Branly Museum has in its catalogue over 35 cultural objects taken from the Gambia from 1880s to 1905. Our ratification of the UNESCO Convention 1970 Convention will assist us to start the diplomatic discussion to ask for restitution. 3, urges the establishment of a national restitution task force composed of historians, legal scholars, traditional leaders, museum professionals, and diplomats to coordinate national restitution efforts and engage in negotiation with foreign institutions. 4, request the support of African Union, AU, ECOWAS, and UNESCO in affirming the Gambia's legal and cultural right to reclaim its rooted heritage and in providing technical and diplomatic assistance during the restitution process. 5, mandates the Select Committee on Tourism, Arts and Culture to provide biennial progress reports to this Assembly on all the restitution initiatives, including community consultation, documentations, and international engagement. 6, encourages the government to invest in the renovation and expansion of national museums and local cultural centers, including Sali Kenya Village, to house and preserve repatriated artifacts in a manner that is accessible, secure, and respectful of our traditional values. I thank you all.
Honorable members, he took 7 minutes out of the 1 hour. So maybe do we give 5 minutes, including the seconder? 5 minutes. Any seconder? The member for Lower Fuladu West.
Thank you very much. I rise in supporting this motion. This is very important, and it is not a confrontation. It's about dialogue. We want to dialogue and also seek partnership and restoring the dignity of our history. The issue is not merely about objects in foreign museums, but it is about justice, dignity, and reclaiming our national heritage. Artifacts linked to Musa Molo, who is my grandfather. Like the saying is, as I speak now, I am the king of Fuladu. Yes, they rightly call me Fladu Mansa. You see, artifacts linked to such as my grandfather Musa Molo and the war drum of Fode Silla remind us that colonial rules involve not only political control but also cultural depossession, meaning our culture have been depossessed and we are claiming it back. Today, the global movement for restructuring of this growing, the return of the Benin Bonjour to Nigeria shows that the international community is increasingly recognizing the need for the historical justice. We need justice for our history, and we will pursue it, my colleagues. We are going to pursue it. Finally, I want to join the advocates globally to advocate for the protection and return of African heritage. This is a rich land of heritage, and we are going to get it back. We will negotiate in the beginning, but we'll go further to claim it back by hook or crook. And in the Gambia, it's not an exceptional. In Britain, there are a lot of our heritage that are there. And we need it back. And we are urging the High Commissioner to understand that we are demanding what we own. This is binded to our culture, and it's not only to our culture, even our religion. We were very great in Fuladu. Nobody penetrated us in Fuladu. But today they collected it and go and hide it somewhere else. We need it back. And thank you very much. I beg to move. So I support the motion fully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Lower Fuladu West. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the motion for restitution of Gambian artifacts and sacred heritage removed during colonial rule, with special attention to Salikenya village. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, as I said, we gave 5 minutes to the seconder and 5 minutes to everyone because the mover used only limited time of his 1 hour. So we will now allow members for 5 minutes. And I have a question for the member for Lower Fuladu, but you cannot answer it today. You said you are great. No one penetrated you. But you said they went and forcefully removed those artifacts and took them. You were penetrated, but respond that later. Nominated. Willie is right. So, nominated member Fatuke Jawara, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, cultural rule has devastated impact on artifact and scarce heritage in Africa, and Gambia is not exceptional. Honorable Speaker, I must commend Honorable Member for Central Badibu for coming up with this motion. It's a very important motion. Our culture and tradition is what shapes us to what we are. So we are very proud to speak today about the impact of his artifact rule during the colonial days. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia has already taken steps to reclaim looted artifacts with efforts underway to return 86 items from France. So I think something has been done. To complement your effort, Honorable Member, the government has taken a step to reclaim those items from France. Honorable Speaker, to align with the African Union Agenda 2063 that emphasized reparation and restitution of African treasure, I think when you come up with this motion, you are also in the right track as member of Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Speaker, to emphasize the importance of cultural preservation, the UNESCO Convention of 1954 and the protection of heritage and item of armed conflict was also tabled in the National Assembly. So I think that one also will complement your effort through the government of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I think more capacity building should also be introduced in the local communities so that we can regain and preserve our culture like the cultural festival that is being introduced in Janjambure, the bicentenary, and the Kankurang promote culture. So I think with this few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you very much, nominated member Fatuke Jawara, for that presentation. Member for Woolly East, you have the floor. Honorable members, order there. I don't know why those members from that region that I don't want to name, why they can't just be silent.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I really thank the mover, Honorable Member for Central Badibu, for coming up with this very important motion. The motion, like my honorable sister has said, is to remind us of the fight that awaits us. It is our heritages, and some of these heritages are sacred. If we take it from us, we've taken our life to somewhere. They have two objectives, the colonialists: to take something from us so that we forget our heritages, to also take it to their museums so that they will forever be benefiting from it. So this is a very important motion, and I definitely commend the Central Badibu member for that. Honorable Speaker, they concentrated on artworks because artworks, as I said, makes us to remember our heritage and to keep our religion and other things that are so dear to us. They even take ceremonial items. They also take human remains in some cases. If they see that this is a very important personality for these people, take the human remains, they'll be lost. They do that. Just like they are doing now, they kill leaders to ensure that people lose spirit. That's what they were doing throughout. So they've actually acquired many of these things illicitly. And therefore, it is our rightful right to ensure that we call for restitution. Restitution means when they take tabullo from Salikenye, when we say restitution, they should take the tabullo to Salikenye, back to where it used to be. That's what we mean. Honorable Speaker, like the member for Fladu has said, in 1970, there was a UNESCO convention which actually triggered this fight. It's a legal basis for fighting illicit trafficking of all these artifacts. And therefore, we must make it our duty to ensure that we follow them and ensure that they bring it back so that we put it into our museums. Honorable Speaker, tabullo drums were taken, pottery was taken, metal tools and carved masks, tools and even jewelry was taken away from our people. Swords, ceramics, gods, bronzes, for example, in Benin, as well as in Nigeria, they were returned. And that was very useful to those people because some of those artifacts in Benin were in fact their gods. They've taken their gods from them and stationed them in their museums. And therefore, if you look at it, Honorable Speaker, you will see that efforts have been made, and those efforts are yielding fruit. In Nigeria, the Netherlands have returned 119 artifacts, and 116 artifacts. And Nigeria has received 119 artifacts. It means that if we also struggle, we'll be able to get the 30 or so artifacts that we are claiming from French and British museums. Honorable Speaker, it's one thing to claim for your artifacts, but it's another thing to ensure that when you have your artifacts, you keep them safely. The museum that I saw is not a standard museum, and we need to look for a better museum to ensure that it is properly constructed so that when these artifacts come, we'll be able to properly save them to ensure that we benefit, not only benefit from them in terms of financial matters, but we also benefit from them spiritually to ensure that for eternity we have our artifacts back. On that note, I thank the honorable member for this motion, and I thank the speaker and the members for their time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member for Janya Wuli East. I now invite the member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to join the debate and support the motion. I will also thank the mover of this motion. I also thank the former Honorable Minister of Tourism, Honorable Ahmad N. Keba. It is found that Ahmad N. Keba put the notice of this Honorable Assembly about some of the artifacts that were taken away from this country to foreign countries such as England and France. It is also found out that almost 86 artifacts belonging to the Gambia are lying in the museum of France. So then this is a big achievement or a big dialogue here in the Parliament today for us to discuss about our ancient traditional beliefs and tools that are being hijacked by our colonial founders. These are very important materials that are taken away. Some of my colleagues highlighted, they are very important in the sense that artifacts are mostly believed to be sacred. In this, we mean there is knowledge attached to it, there are spiritual things attached to it, and that they are kept in museums. But I can say that our great-grandparents were having such museums, though not attributed or as updated as the updated ones today, but most of the places that we used to live before, our great-grandparents were having secret places that some children or women never visit at all. And most of these artifacts, they are very important. They serve for communication, they serve as boats, as someone highlighted here. They serve during fertility times, during birth periods. They help a lot to communicate also, like this tabulo that they are talking about. There was no telecommunication then. But during prayers, during gatherings, or very important occasions, when some people were missing, these are the tools that we use to communicate. So these are very important tools that we are missing. I stood here, one of my deliberations, I said we have it all, but we are not aware of what we have. Some of these things, if we take good care and we maintain and we know the knowledge attached to it, the spirit attached to it, and we believe them, take good care, we will forge ahead. We will move far ahead of many other civilizations. Most of these civilizations, they went to Egypt to take some of those artifacts to their place, and they are taking good care of. They are doing the most out of those materials there. And they came here, they made us believe what we have is nothing. They exchange it to what they want, and they took them away, and now they are making the best use of it. They give us ideologies that we ourselves cannot apply, and they made us lost along the road because we are following them. Yes, thank God to some of our donors in the forests, some of us, people like Bakari Baji will tell you, we still have some of those museums there. Yes. He asked me to visit, but I didn't proceed because I rather have mine than visit his. So it is very important. Some of these artifacts are very, very important. Some of them serve as tools for entertainment. The tableau is also seen as an entertainment, like the chorus and so on and so forth. So these are not things that we should joke and play. There are a lot of education, there is a lot of knowledge, there is a lot of spirit attached to it. That if we make the best use of.
I was looking forward to your telling before you, but unfortunately you didn't do that. Thank you. Remember, Sami, maybe when Janjamura comes, he will help us with one. Oh, member for Sami, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the mover of the motion, Honorable Suleiman Saho, for coming up with this important motion, which is the motion for the restitution of Gambian cultural artifacts and sacred heritage removed during colonial rule, especially Kenya and some villages in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, this is very, very important in the sense that, as highlighted in the motion, most of these artifacts were removed by the colonial rulers. Honorable Speaker, this has reminded me, our committee, when we visited DRC Congo in November 2025, we visited their museum. We see some of these old artifacts there. So this reminds me that definitely it means that our museum, we did not have those things there. And it is very important for children to see what our forefathers were able to make. So it is important for the honorable member to come up with this motion so that we can have those, artist works that were made by our forefathers. So it is going to educate the kids. I could remember in those days when we visited these people there in Muslim, you see, even in those days when people are going to the bush, they don't have these shoes that we are wearing. They have, in those days, yes, they made it out of, a goat, a cow, or a rubber. I saw all those things when we visited. So therefore, this is a very important motion. So thank you very much, the mover, for coming up with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Let me first thank the mover of the motion, Honorable Member for Central Badibu, Minority Chief Whip. I must thank you and acknowledge that the purpose of your presence at Pan-African Parliament is definitely being showcased today. And you have shown that you are definitely doing very well at Pan-African Parliament to ensure that the dignity of Africa is maintained and restored. Honorable Member for Central Badibu, today you have shown that you are a good son of Kiang. You have mentioned Salikene, but going down the report, you've also highlighted boldly that in 1901, objects were stolen from Kiang, Sankandi, and Bateling. So therefore, you want these materials back to your father's house, that is Kiang. But however, having said all of that, Honorable Speaker, These are not simple matters, and these are not jobs. Africa is a rich continent. Africa is a continent with a lot of traditions, a lot of heritage, which we believed were taken away by colonial fathers. And these colonial masters, and the fact is that they are using those materials for cultural and tourism purposes today. It is gaining them revenue and importance to their culture. And when you go deep into it, you would realize that these materials do belong to African countries. Gambia is not an exception of that. If other countries could reclaim all these materials, all these artifacts, Gambia could also do. So it is important that we discuss these important matters. Of course, we discuss several matters that are of significance to this country: economic benefits, socio-cultural benefits. We've talked about infrastructure not long ago, government, but we are not forgetting that we are a country that was colonized earlier on, and some of our important materials, which are significant for our economic development, it would have attracted so many tourists to come down to this country and visit those materials, and it would have generated and provide employment opportunities for the people of this country, having those beautiful things at our museums and explaining those things to the people who might even be Gambians, but they were taken away by the slaves. They are in America and other countries. They come back to this country and learn that all those materials that are present in those Western countries were taken away from us. So it is important that we discuss these matters. Honorable Member, I am very much pleased and happy that you come up with this important motion. When I looked at it yesterday, when I looked at the notice, I told somebody that, permit me to say this in Mandinka, I told somebody, Honorable Member is telling us, but it's not only Salikany. All other parts of the country, so many materials were taken away from this country. So it is important that we receive those materials back. Honorable Member for Lower Fuladu has spoken about dialogue. Of course, it is important. We engage the British High Commission on these discussions. And of course, to lay conditions. If they cannot be returned physically, those that are not found, there has to be serious compensations in billions of pounds sterling. The Honorable Member, mover of the motion, should have put those options there and put, in fact, an amount which is supposed to be in billions of pounds sterling to compensate the Gambians for the damage they have caused on our culture and our integrity. It is important that we have all of those things. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Member for Central Baribu, thank you very much for bringing this motion.
Thank you. Member for Talinding Kunyang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will just start from where my neighbor landed. With regards to the compensation, I beg to differ. For the simple reason that money, even if it's in billions, will be utilized in a short period of time and we forget about it. Now, these artifacts will remain for the rest of mankind and will continue to generate resources and revenue and educate our people for the rest of mankind. So giving us money is a cheap bargain. For me, we need the artifacts because it has eroded a lot of knowledge in terms of the richness of our history. We teach about Musa Molo, and somebody said some of his materials, artifacts have been taken. Literature is there, but then evidence, students are not exposed to some of those things. Now, but this matter is not as easy as we are trying to portray it. Now, are we ready as a country? Remember for Wuli West said some countries have succeeded. And I quote him from what the Honorable former Minister of Tourism was saying, Ahmad Ba. It cannot be done in isolation. It is through ECOWAS and other partners. And some countries have succeeded. But for the Gambia, it has been 4 years since the minister made that announcement. We do know that according to the statements, 86 is in France. But do you have it documented? How do you trace it to the Gambia? Like the others have traced it to their country. You said the only thing I had in UK is only tableau. Is it only tableau? What are the other items? Have you listed it as a country? Have you been able to justify and trace it to Balibu, to the Gambia, and make it a case as a nation? This is why others succeed. It doesn't mean they just go and grab it. No, you make a case, a strong case. There must be a literature around those artifacts. How do you justify it from Fuladu? So, as a nation, do we have those documented in our museums? This is what it takes. So, it's one thing for a minister to make pronouncement, we do this, but have they done research? Have they gone to the museums and trying to identify which are these? How do we connect it to Badibu? This thing, if the Europeans cannot justify this is from Benin or Nigeria or this, then it must be from Gambia. Then let's also establish how research must be done. It can be more than the 86 they are saying. But as a country, are we ready? That's the issue. Because if you look at it entirely, even before you bring those artifacts, what are you doing with the artifacts here? So a country that values heritage, that values history, this is your national museum. You walk by, sometimes you don't know. This is your national museum. That's 86 in France. If you bring it, it will fit here. Let's tell each other the truth. A country does not respect its past, does not honor its past. You don't have a future. Martina, that's the reality. We have to record. History is recorded. Our history is lost. That's the problem with Gambia and other countries who cannot make a case for these artifacts. So it's high time government set up a research team. Only we go for this search. We know there are artifacts taken from the Gambia. We have to establish them and make a case for them. That's the only way our fight can be strong. So I support the mover of the motion, and I know maybe even also from Combos and other places. He narrowed that to Salakene, but then it's a national cause. We all support this motion, and we call on the Ministry of Tourism to champion this cause again. When Honorable Ahmad was there, he started it. We want to see the Ministry of Tourism setting up a task force and lobbying for funds to ensure that they do more research on these things and have concrete facts. We start the fight. It cannot be happen in the absence of their ministry. So I commend the mover for bringing this important matter to the Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member for Talending. Now, the Member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me seize this opportunity to also join colleagues and thank the mover of the motion for a job well done. I think this issue here in hand is long overdue. For me, this is not about negotiating with foreign countries in order to obtain what rightfully belongs to us, but it's about reclaiming what used to be our identity and still remain to be our identity by protecting the integrity of this nation. I am glad that the Ministry of Tourism some time back brought about the ratification of artifacts. And this was judiciously considered or factored by this very important body, that is the National Assembly of the Gambia. However, I think most of my colleagues were elaborating around artifacts that were collected in this country, but also documented. However, I want to reflect on what were not really documented and found in private with private individuals around the country. I think about 35 artifacts, a statement made by the government, were also found around museums in France, or in a museum in France, which is about 35 Gambian cultural artifacts. I would want to still engage the mover of the motion to actually look into these 35 artifacts that were not documented and still found in museums, in one of the museums in France. We must also look at some universities or private collectors of some of these artifacts, especially around the UK and other parts of Europe. If you look at Oxford and the Cambridge collections of artifacts around the Gambia, it will be worthwhile for we to look into those private collectors, because for the fact that they were not documented, we might really find it very challenging to look into these things. We have also, or the mover have talked about the local drum that was taken around 1893. And I think the people of Combo would be more than happy to reclaim back that drum, not just for Sali Kenya, but also for the people of Combo, because the then emir, that is for the Silla, used to own one of these drums, and it was taken away. And the so-called military defeats that the West would refer to it, because some of these things were collected through military defeats. I call it so-called military defeats because you cannot come to our land, wage wars on us, use other objects to actually fool us and collect one or two objects, and you still think they were military defeats. I don't think they won. Also, some of these collections were done on the verge of colonial expeditions. So it's like they were exiling our local traditional rulers, that is our chiefs, while stealing objects away from us. So I still want to challenge the mover of the motion to look into some of these things and also add them as part of materials that we can go for. Also, there are museums across the world, like the British Museum, the Humboldt Forum or Ethnological Museum in Berlin. They're still holding some of these artifacts that they collected from our forefathers. And it is high time we go get them back and also ensure that they're properly kept. So on that note, I take my leave.
Thank you, Member for Janjamuri. I now give the floor to the Member for Parliamentary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first, I'll have to thank the mover of the motion. The mover of the motion, the Honorable Member for Upper Badibu, Central Badibu rather, and the Chief Whip of the minority camp. Honorable Member, we are so proud of you. We are proud of you as Gambians. We are proud of you as Pan-Africans. And we are proud of you that the Parliament is not paying for you to go and attend sessions in Pan-Africa and it goes useless. Thank you very much for bringing in this motion, Honorable Member. When we talk about African heritage, our artifacts have been taken. Honorable Speaker, we are asking the people in abroad who have taken our artifacts to bring them back. We want them to be brought back in this country, but not only the artifacts. And here I will differ with the Honorable Member of Kalinding Kunja. Neighbors are differing today. I differ with Honorable Member of Kalinding that when money is brought or when we are paid back by money, it wouldn't go useless. Our artifacts has been taken away from us. We want them back, And these countries have generated revenue out of these artifacts that were stolen from the Gambian people. And they have gained revenue. And those revenues that they have gained, we need compensation out of them. And of course, the artifacts physically. Honorable Speaker, these are artifacts that our children need to learn from. Our culture has been stolen. Our pride has been taken. And of course, our pleasure is being taken. So we want them back. Honorable Speaker, when you ask your child today about some of these artifacts, that particular child may not even be able to tell you or describe how a tableau is in our local language. Honorable Speaker, these are things, these are artifacts, these are materials that our children need to learn from. So meaning our culture is being stolen away from us. So we want them back. Honorable Speaker, some of our Africans, I'll call them Africans, because they know that they are from Africa. Some blacks in the West definitely knew that they are from this part of our country, or they are from this part of the world, simply because they visited those museums and they found those artifacts in those museums that taught them a lesson that they are part of Africa, the Gambia. These are some of the reasons that they normally come on holidays to visit and visit their families. So we need them back. We need the compensation, not life, but we need the compensation in cash. And of course, we need the compensation, of course, the artifacts that have been stolen from the Gambians. So we need both. Of course, we need both. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member of Kalinding spoke about our museum. Yes, it is very important for us to have a standard museum. Let us claim the artifacts first, and then we will also revisit our policies, our laws, and then see how best we can establish a standard museum in order to keep these artifacts. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, this is few of the statements that I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Sanementring. I now invite the Member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to seize this opportunity to thank the mover of the motion for an excellent job. You are a true Pan-Africanist, and it's good for you to at least remind the government that it should be mandatory on us to request these artifacts that were stolen more than a century ago. To be very much honest with you, it has a lot to do when we look at the issue at hand here. I want to believe that these artifacts represent an integral component of our society. In our society, we have norms, we have values, we have culture that are deeply rooted. And because of the stolen of these artifacts, we have lost a lot. Some of these are not ordinarily used, but there are ways and procedures. So that knowledge transfer was not done, and there is a serious gap. Even if we have this thing, we need to consult people actually, how do we utilize them? To an extent that where we are currently, most of us, our origin, culture, and identity is even lost. Because we depend too much on the indoctrination component. To be very much honest with you, Honorable Speaker, the mover of the motion made mention of Kombo for the Silla and the tabala, that's the drum that has been taken away. And if you look at Kombo Silla, he came from Gunju. And there is a lot to do with a tabla, but also he has other things that are definitely disposed. And up till today, they are not been identified. If you look at Gunjur, then they have what we call dabana. And people just think that that's a mere statement. These are bigger jars that they put in some concoction and put it at the four corners of Gunjur.
If an enemy look at them, you don't see them. And interestingly, the war that led him left and went to St. Louis was as a result of Combo Central, Brikama in particular. And Brikama also has a very interesting daba, which people might not even realize. If they want to settle the Council of Elders, that's the Bulunda, if they want to meet in our forest, there is a drum that is always hit. And that drum also disappeared. So the emphasis is laid on Selikenya, typically. But I want to believe that the move of motion have to look at that, take a national dimension, where we have to at least sit as a committee and see how do we go back and make reflection of all these things that are missing. As alluded by Talending, we have to itemize them and look at it. And let's have a lot of research behind them so that we can make a general request to make sure that these things are brought back. The other issue that I want to emphasize, that is the recovery of these artifacts. We still need to take a national dimension where the ministry should take the lead and a task force committee to make sure that we make a lot of background research and see how do we bring this thing. Even bringing them without a reflection to know how these artifacts have been used. Sometimes we'll find it very difficult to utilize them. And it's good for us to know what they represent and how they impact positively on who we are, to be able to regain our lost glory and our identity so that we can live up to expectation. So I thank my fellow Pan-Africanists who came with this motion to make sure that we regain our lost glory by bringing our artifacts wherever they are, not only in UK, but any area in Europe and any other part. It should be incumbent upon us to identify them and make sure we bring them back to our homeland. So on that note, I want to beg and take my seat, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the effort done.
Thank you, Member for Brikama South. Honorable members, it's gone past 55 minutes down from the hour. And I still have a good number of them, more than a dozen more. I will probably give 1.5 minutes to 2-3 members. Well? I'm not getting you. Can you use your mic?
I said we can never exhaust the list. It's only five minutes left. Give that 5 minutes to one person. That's the rule. No.
So that 5 minutes also, you remember the mover have to respond as well.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I think 2 minutes is okay, you know. 2 minutes is okay. And even if that is more than, that is too much, we can just make it 1 minute for us
Maybe
to at least
maybe 1 minute, yes.
Yeah, I think that's important.
1 minute. 1 minute. Beginning with the member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleague to thank the member for Central Badipu for bringing this important motion. Honorable Speaker, because of time, restitution of our cultural heritage, Honorable Speaker, is very important. Honorable Speaker, this Parliament approved, I think, about $15 million for the construction of the Sadauda Kairaba Jawara Mission. As of today, I don't think we have anything like our artifacts displayed in that museum. Reclaiming this one from our colonial masters, I think will definitely help us it displayed there rather than us going to UK, France, viewing it there.
Huh? Is 1.5 minutes possible? All right, Nyame Danko, please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you see, this, let me just go straight to the point. The member mentioned this issue of tabulo. Honorable Speaker, I think we have to be even serious with ourselves when it comes to the issue of this artifact. These tabulos, until today, we have them written in our community. You know, they were used as a means of communication. We understand now society have evolved. Maybe communication is easier, but we need to preserve them. Like I have one in my village. Until today, they are broken because we cannot, as us, we cannot prepare it the way our elders when it got broke. You know, they normally use this cow skin and then prepare it so that when you hit it, the sound goes. But us,
The member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me just thank the mover of the motion. Honorable Speaker, I think we have to be very honest to each other and very fair to each other. The mover made a statement with regards to the French president mentioning 35 items that belongs to the Gambia. I mean, we're trying to see how best we can recover those items from them. If at all the French president can stand to say these items are from the Gambia, why are we negotiating? Why are we negotiating? Charge them and go for our items. They belong to us. Charge them and ask them to bring them back. Honorable Speaker, I visited a museum in Scotland during last August. I found items from the Gambia. If I thought I was not, I dare want steal an item and bring it here, I would have been charged for stealing my own property. For stealing something that belongs to Gambians. Honorable Speaker, I think we must take things seriously. Look for the way forward. And then if I do talk about our artifacts, our culture, our heritage, let's just look at this maize lying down here. Is this part of our culture? These are our Bantaba. You see the maize lying down in front of us here. Let's go back and ask what are they using? This maize is not part of our culture. But we are also advertising it for them that what they are taking from us is not part of our culture. So let's go back to our heritage and see what went wrong, and we go back and do things right. If not, we are nowhere.
Sanimentan, yes?
No, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to suggest if you can slightly increase the time, even if 2 or 3 people speaks, that will be okay. Because, you know, you cannot say anything in 1 or 2 minutes. It means you'll have to give extra time to that person. And in giving them extra time, you know, takes time again. So I think it's better you give the person, you give 1, maybe 2, 3 minutes, even if 3, 4 people speaks, and that's okay. Thank you.
No, I'm not giving them any extra time. Remember, I did that during the first item. I'm not giving anyone any time. Even if it is 1 minute, I will not give. This one is extra time, it's bonus. The time is over. So I will give 1 or 2 members. The member for, Tumana, you are withdrawing, others are withdrawing. No, you said let's continue with the other one. Okay, Tumanna, you are next. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute and register my appreciation. And thanks to Honorable Member for Central Badibu for bringing this important motion. Honorable Speaker, Badibu has made it again to come up with a very important and pertinent issue and put it on the floor of the House. Thank you, my brother, Honorable Saho. This is very, very timely and it is very important because we the African, especially the Gambians, we have been sitting long time waiting for days like this. Definitely, this is beyond member for Central Badibu now. I think all of the National Assembly members, we should come together and give our support wholeheartedly because this is across the Gambia. Every part of the Gambia, you know it or not, there are artifacts that has been stolen from them. As somebody who is from a cultural and traditional background of Tambasansang, I think this is very, very important. Even now when you go to Tambasansang, you will see a stone house there. This stone house, there were a lot of artifacts that were stolen from this stone house. The founder of that house was also arrested, equally like Musa Moro. And he was...
Member for Same, you have the floor. He is out. Member for Fonyi Councillor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, just go straight to the point as time is not allowed. Honorable Member for Central Badibu, thank you very much. And I think a day like today, you should have done better. Instead of wearing suit, it has to be tradition because you are claiming tradition artifacts. So take note of that, and next time you change the dress code so that the Westerners will know that we are really serious to take ownership of what they looted from our country. Honorable Speaker, in blood number 2, where he says the Minister of Arts and Culture, Tourism, to take the lead, I think it's very prudent for them to do that and also work with the committee of Select Committee of Tourism, Arts and Culture to do the needful. This is a national call, and I think we will all join with you to make sure we claim what we owe. The West, they looted us. And again, they'll even come to us and bribe us again for us to forget our cultural norms and values. When you go to West, they will also use you and say, come and look what you've looted. You'll be clapping with them. So I think the onus lies on us for us to rethink as Africans and we claim what we owe. And both monetary gains and those artifacts are very important. Not only monetary gain. We need to take what we owe and we demand as soon as. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I raise my case here. But not only Sali Kenya, it's the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, member for Fonyi Brevet.
Honorable Speaker, and I would like to thank the mover of the motion. This is something very important, reclaiming of our artifacts from the British rather, not only the UK, but I can say all European countries. Honorable Speaker, claiming of our materials being stolen by the British or looted by the British is something very important, but what is more important is, are we ready as Africans to take care of what we own? If you see in Africa, since 1816 to 1965, Gambians receive a lot of British that always come here and loot our materials. And in fact, they don't know our artifacts we're talking about. Drums, we don't know. See the students, some of them don't even visit WASU. When they visit WASU, some of them, they don't know what is our culture in that place. So, Honorable Speaker, the moving of this motion is very important. And it's high time we Gambians respect our culture and we dress according to us cultural Africans.
Thank you. We dress according to African. I'll now invite the mover of the motion, who is dressed like a European.
Thank you. Honorable Court that them the SWAT.
Yeah, because you spoke earlier, so you can use the other one.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for entertaining this motion. And I thank everybody for participating and enriching this important historic motion. Honorable Speaker, Lord Fuladu, thank you for also narrating your own story. The motion is not limited to Salike. If you read it carefully, it's about the country. But I make a special reference to Salike. So all of us are part of the motion. So it's our responsibility now to make sure that we work hand in glove with our committee, the tourism committee in the parliament, to work with National Arts and Culture and the Ministry of Tourism to see to it that the convention that we ratify here, we make it realistic. So we will not stop laying it or adopting or supporting it. The committee here need to work with arts and culture. And I want to thank the arts and culture because somebody was saying that whether they have compiled, they have made compilation. They are also at high gear to ensure that these artifacts are identified in the various countries where they are located. And the museum that the honorable member of Nyamene Dankunku talked about is under construction. And I believe soon it will be ready. But we need a bigger site. I concur with honorable member of Talindi that we need a better location and a better site for this museum. Now coming to Wuli is stressed on heritage, and that heritage is sacrilegious, they are sacred, and they are very benefiting, to our society as human beings. So those who are involved in removal of these artifacts, they are benefiting. So it's time for us to take them and we make it to our own advantage. Nyamena West also thanked the former minister who brought a convention here. So as I said, it's not enough to bring a convention or a motion, but we need to work hand in glove to ensure that we achieve what we want as a country. Same also talk about the experiences that he learned when he visited DRC of the museum that he saw there. So thank you for that experience. Kiang thank you for that acknowledgement to the Pan-African Parliament members and to the Parliament of the Gambia for entertaining this motion and for supporting it. The looted materials are used as revenue. They make revenue out of it. So let's try to bring them back so that we can also attract revenue out of it. Now, he also talked about compensation. I think he's right. Where they are not found, where we cannot trace them out, we need to be compensated. Compensation is key. Reparation, restitution goes with reparation. Now, Talendin stressed on the return of the artifacts, and he said there must be we must be committed to the cause. As a government, I believe the government is committed, but we need more commitment. Because when I did my research with arts and culture, they have given me a list that they are working with the Ministry of Tourism. Do you understand? So, but we need more political will to this motion. Honorable Speaker, Janjambure also said it's long overdue. We all agree that it's long overdue, but as the saying goes, goodness is never late. Let's try to work out to make sure that the 35 that are identified in France to come back and the private museums that he stressed. Sanimentary said reparation, restitution is in for both, which I also support. Thank you for that. And Brikama South also tried to give a background of his own family or his own village. As I said, it's not limited to Sali Kenya. It's all the villages that are affected. Let's try to identify them now. Yamina Dankunku, thank you for reminding us of the money that has been approved by this parliament, 15 million for the construction of the museum. Joshua, thank you for your bold action. Unfortunately, you are not here, but you said it's time for us to be proactive in recollecting what is ours. Now, Tumanna, thank you for sharing that history with us, and I would like to go there when I have time because this is very close to my heart. So history is part of our life, and we need to celebrate our forefathers who contributed to the growth of our society. Now, Councillor, thank you. Councillor, I'm not African, but you are not also African. You are more of Arab. So you can't blame me for anything. But it's time for us to promote our culture. All right? If I look like a Western man, you also look like a Saudi man. Now, but you said, there is a need for national call, which I agree with you. And I believe in Fonyi, Fonyi also was seriously affected during the Soninke Marabo. So maybe during that time, some of the artifacts were also taken from Fonyi. We need to work on that.
Thank you very much, mover of the motion, for those issues. Honorable members, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do approve the motion for the restitution of Gambian artifacts and sacred heritage removed during colonial rule, with special attention to Sali Kenya village. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, we may proceed, please.
Thank you. Bill, Standing Order 66. Second reading of the Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Bill 2026 by Honorable Minister for Health.
Honorable members, you will recall that the first reading of the Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Bill 2026 was done on Thursday, 5th March 2026, and today is appointed for the second reading in accordance with Standing Order 66 sub 2 of our standing orders. Therefore, pursuant to Order 67 of the standing orders, I now invite the Honorable Minister for Health to move a motion for the second reading of the bill entitled Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Bill 2026. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, distinguished Honorable Speaker, and distinguished National Assembly members. I hereby move the motion for the second reading of the Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Bill 2026.
Thank you. Any second? Member for Lower Fuladu West.
Thank you very much. I rise to second the motion, but I also have a motion to make. The motion is with your permission, Speaker, I would like us to refer this bill as early. Yes, I'm putting up a motion that without debate, you know. Yes. No, it's like, you know, what I mean is, you know, after the second reading, we are going to debate on the objects and the merits.
Honorable members, we will, and I'll take a seconder, then we'll vote on single. Any seconder? For the motion.
I seconded the motion.
Yeah,
I seconded the motion and moved a motion.
Thank you. I seconded his motion without debate. Thank you.
Honorable members, there are two motions. The member for Lower Fuladu seconded the minister's motion and as well as moved a motion. You know, in this instance, because it's second reading, once the motion is seconded, then we go straight to the debate. And then we'll vote after the end of. Now that the motion has been seconded and he moved a motion without debate, then I will now move the second motion first. The question on the second motion first without debate. Then when we agree, then that's when the debate has been completed. Then I move a motion for the bill. For the question, yes. For the second reading. You know, when you do the second, when the minister move a motion, and the seconder will come and second the motion, and if he want to debate, he will debate. I will not put any question. I will not put any question and will allow members to debate. At the end of the debate, then I will put a question to vote on the motion for the second reading. Now that there is a motion for it to be considered without debate, I will first have to put a question on his motion. If it succeeds, then we will just move a motion that it will be done for today for his bill. It has been moved and seconded that we consider the second reading of the Vital Statistic and Civil Registration Bill 2026 without debate. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, order. Now, order, honorable members. I want to thank you sincerely for that. I will now invite the Minister of Health, of course, to respond. There are no issues to respond, and just probably to thank members. Honorable Minister, you know now you should have responded to the debate, to issues of the debate, and wind up the debate. Now that there is no debate, maybe just to thank members.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable National Assembly members. Thank you for putting us through the procedure. And I wish to use the opportunity to thank you all for having agreed to that motion. And we look forward to going into the details of the bill when we go through the close-by-close scrutiny. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Civil Registration and Vital Statistic Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, we may proceed.
The Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Bill 2026 deemed to have been read a second time.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 68, Sub 1 of the Standing Orders, the bill is hereby referred to the ABC Assembly Business Committee for committal to either a committee or committee of the whole Assembly. Clerk. Order, honorable members, order.
Order 72, bill.
Order, take your seat. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, on Thursday, order, honorable members, order. I want to address you. On Thursday, I entertained motions referral for bills by the ABC committee on various bills, but the Civil Register and Statistic, whatever bill, first reading was done on Thursday. And what we've done today is the correct procedures. Now the ABC will refer it. Now the second reading has been completed. Then they will refer it to either committee or committee of the whole House. If they refer to committee of the whole house, that is consideration. The next appointed date, then we'll just go straight to the consideration stage. You understand? Thank you. Clerk, we may proceed.
Bill, Order 72, Consideration Stage. Consideration Stage of the Prerogative of Mercy Bill 2025 by Honorable Alaji Mo, Member for Upper Salem.
Honorable members will recall that after the second reading stage, the bill automatically stood referred Honorable members will recall that after the second reading stage, the bill automatically stood referred to the ABC. Therefore, the bill is appointed today for the consideration stage in accordance with Order 72. During the consideration stage, members shall have the opportunity to give detailed consideration and scrutiny to every clause and schedule in the bill. This stage also provides the first opportunity for amendments to the bill to be debated and voted on. I will now therefore resolve the Assembly into Committee of the whole Assembly to give consideration to the bill that is the prerogative of Mercy Bill 2025. Honorable members, the Assembly now resolves into Committee of the whole Assembly. Honorable members, the Assembly will now go into the Committee of the whole Assembly to consider the prerogative of Mercy Bill 2025 clause by clause. Will be guided by Order 72 of the standing orders during the consideration stage. and as well as the committee. The committee have a report, and then let them guide us. Committee chair. Committee chair, please guide us. Member for Woolly East will lay the report on our behalf. Yes.
Clause 1, short title.
I'm told we don't have quorum.
Chair, there is no quorum.
I'm told we don't have quorum. Yes. Honourable members, I will suspend the sitting of the committee of the whole house for 1 minute while they call them. Is that okay? Honorable members, the Assembly is now resolved into Committee of the Whole Assembly. Honorable members, yes, let's continue.
This year. Clause 1, short title.
Clause 1, subtitle. Chair, you please use the mic.
Amendment there. You want to change the subtitle to 2026? That's our proposal.
2026. It is
Yes.
proposed that clause 1 subtitles as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Yes, clause 2, we have several proposals. One is the definition of chairperson.
Where's the report?
Currently refers to...
Chairperson means the chairperson of the committee provided for under section 3, sub 3.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the proposal.
What is in the bill? What are you proposing?
The bill says 3-3.
The bill says 3-3.
Which doesn't exist.
Which is not there.
I said, Chair, what are you proposing?
He read it already.
No.
He read it
Hmm?
again. He read it again.
I told you, I said the chairperson, we want it to be interpreted to mean the chairperson of the committee provided for on the section 4.3 instead of 3.3.
Under section 4, sub 3.
Yes.
That 3 there should be 4, the first 3.
Yes, exactly.
Ah. Yes, any other?
Yes, prerogative of mercy 2, the definition of that is incorrectly cites section...
Under which page?
Page 3.
Page 3. Prerogative of mercy means the exercise by the president of the powers granted under section 88 sub 1 of the standard orders. 88.1.
Yes.
88.
The prerogative of mercy. Was it the
88 of the
defined?
Constitution.
Yes, it was, yeah.
On page
Yes,
3. On
yes.
page 3. Check that provision.
In the bill.
Sub 1, check that provision in the Constitution.
No, it should be 88.2.
That should not be correct.
It should be 80. Huh?
Wait,
it should be 82.1.
Wait,
instead of
wait. I don't think 88.1 should be prerogative of mercy.
No, we are changing that.
Let me confirm.
It's not that. It's 82.
82.1 instead of 88.1. Hmm? Yes.
88 is National Assembly.
Yes, that's what I think. Nomination.
It's wrong citation.
Yeah.
They are
We are
citing
changing
wrong.
that.
Now it should be what?
82.
82.1 of the Constitution.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah. Then we go. Yes, ma'am.
On the prerogative of mercy, it should be 82.1, honorable members.
Yes.
It should be
82.1 of the Constitution.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Any other?
No, that's all.
It is proposed that clause 2 interpretation stands part of the bill as amended. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, application.
It is proposed,
no
it is
proposal.
proposed that clause 3 application stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, composition.
Clause 4, composition. It is proposed.
Clause 4.
Clause 4,
Inside.
composition.
Where is this insertion?
Stands part of the bill.
Wait,
Those-
hold on. The structure is clear and the National Assembly confirmation
Under 2D.
requirement supports public accountability. Joint committee, however, stresses the need to ensure composition aligns precisely with section 82.2 of the Constitution. So we want to insert immediately after subclause 2D the following new subclause. 2E. We want to, we want to add 2E.
All right, you know, on sub 4, you have clause 4, you have 1, 2. There is no E. They want to put E immediately after gender.
Yes.
Chair, that's the proposal.
Yeah.
Because the Constitution says the chairperson is the Attorney General and then 3 other persons. So the suggestion is 2 of those 3 must not be public servants.
Yeah.
But I want to submit that all of them must not be public servants. Not 2 only, but 3 of them.
You want to say that?
Yes. The committee submits that 2 of the 3.
Show me, where are they?
Check on the report, yes.
Shall not be serving public service.
Yeah. So instead of 2, why not all of them? 3.
All the 3
Yes,
should not be.
exactly.
Yeah. We make all the 3.
We make only 3 instead of 2.
Yeah. They are monitored.
Where are you? You said?
On the section 1, shall not be public service.
That is, we are on 4.
And the bill is saying what?
Me, I am not, I still don't understand.
Bill did not say.
None of those 3.
I don't understand. I mean,
what we are saying
I'm not even following on your report.
Yes,
Can you help me?
On the report, the committee is recommending 2 of the 3 must not be public servants. That's what the committee is recommending.
That's what our committee is
recommending.
proposed.
Yes. But today I'm saying that that needs to change. All of them must not be public servants. All the 3. To avoid conflict. Or you want conflict?
Honorable members, prerogative of mercy is the powers vested on the president.
That's right.
And the president must also rely on public officials to advise him. And now, for inclusivity, to get in someone who is a public official, they give an opportunity. Now you want to remove that and even give to people who are not.
No. You don't understand.
No.
You have I think as it is, at least is it in the bill? You have at least 2 of them to be public officials.
Nothing. You can just.
No, it is good as it is. You can use you are going to defeat the
All right, let's move. Let's move.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Let's move. The 3. Yes. Okay.
Clause 4, as it is. Composition. It is proposed that clause 4, composition, as it is in the bill, stands part of the bill. Those
No. As amended.
Amended where?
At least you want it the way it is.
Yes.
No addition. Okay, that's fine. They don't want
As it is. Those in favor, please say aye.
It's okay.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5, taking the prescribed oath.
Clause 5. Yes. The committee proposed this clause stands part of it without amendment.
Yes.
Clause 5. We don't have a promotion.
No problem.
Clause 5. It is proposed that clause 5, taking the prescribed or stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6, election of vice chairperson.
Clause 6, election of vice chairperson. It is proposed that clause 6, election of vice chairperson, stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please.
Will this not bring conflict with the Constitution? Because this is a constitutional powers given to the president. So you cannot dictate him. Already these powers are given to him. You cannot dictate him on how to administer this prerogative of mercy.
No.
Giving guidance.
You're giving guidance to the president. You are giving guidance.
That's what I'm saying. This should have not come as a private member bill. This should have emanated from the office of the president, from the executive.
Why?
Yes, because it means that you are giving him, the Constitution has already given him the powers. You understand? And has already set out how it should work. But now you are trying to bring something else that will control how he executes those powers.
It is proposed that clause 6, election of vice chairperson, stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Yes, you know, we have passed that stage now.
Clause 7, vacancy in the office of a member.
No.
Clause 7, vacancy in the office of a member. It is proposed that clause 7, vacancy in the office of a member stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8, functions of the committee.
Clause 8, function of the committee. It is proposed that clause 8, function of the committee stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 9, powers of the committee.
No.
Clause 9, powers of the committee. It is proposed that clause 9, powers of the committee stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
What is it?
Clause 10, secretariat.
Yes, we have something on clause 10. Clause 10(1). Delete the words, the Attorney General's chambers shall provide secretarial services to the committee. We want to substitute that with the Attorney General's chambers shall provide administrative and secretarial services to the committee, and the secretariat shall be housed within the Ministry of Justice.
No, you are just adding administration. You are not deleting. You are just adding.
Huh? Sorry?
You say you are deleting one. You are changing. You are just adding administrative.
We want to, you know what is in the bill is the Attorney General's chambers shall provide secretarial services to the committee. We want to substitute that with the Attorney General's chambers shall provide administrative and secretarial services to the committee.
But that's what I said. Wait. I said,
and the secretariat.
No. Listen, continue reading.
And the secretariat shall be housed within the Ministry of Justice for operational purposes.
No, this committee, prerogative of Master Committee, you want to establish secretariat for them? No, honorable members.
It's Justice Ministry to do the secretarial services for them.
Right now, because what you are saying, it's a prerogative of Master Committee. They don't need a secretariat.
No, wait. You need to understand what's happening. The prerogative of mercy is on the president, but it's the Minister of Justice that provide all the secretarial services.
Yes.
You understand? So what we are saying here, administrative and secretarial services would be done by the ministry.
Yeah.
Still, nothing has changed.
That's all that we are saying.
Yeah. Aja.
No, you see, you are muddying the thing. You see, the things that you are adding at the end of committee is making the whole thing problematic. The Attorney General's chambers shall provide administrative and secretarial services to the committee. Full stop. But you are saying, and the secretariat shall be housed within the ministry. That's why you are creating a secretariat. No. Honorable, you see, the secretariat, the Attorney General chambers shall provide administrative and secretarial services to the committee. Full stop. But if you, all right, yeah, no,
there is.
No. Now we are only adding administrative. Exactly. It is proposed that clause 10, secretariat, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Clause 11, conduct of the affairs of the committee.
Clause 11, conduct of the affairs of the committee. It is proposed that clause 11, conduct of the affairs of the committee, stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12, eligibility to file a petition.
Clause 12, eligibility to file a petition. Chair.
The committee proposed that this clause stands part of the bill.
No, there's no amendment. There's nothing.
No, okay, sure.
There's nothing.
No appointment in 12. We have it in 12.
No amendment.
No amendment.
It is proposed that clause 12, eligibility to file a petition, stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 13, commencing a petition.
Clause 13, commencing a petition. It is proposed that clause 13, commencing a petition, stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
So we have amendment.
Consideration of petition.
Yes, we have.
Identification of victims, etc.
Clause 14. Chair.
Yes, in clause 14, we have amendment. In clause 14, 2B, look at 2B. Yeah, we want to delete the words, and whose sentence has not been carried out.
Where a person who is convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for life,
At the bottom, page 9.
and whose sentence has not been carried out.
Yeah, that phrase, we want to delete that.
Huh?
Yes, want to delete that.
And then we have a new sentence for it. Has not been carried out. We want to remove that. And to now be read as by a person who is convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for life and has served for at least 10 years. We want to add that. We want it to read that. Clause 4.2b to be read that way.
This life sentence, there's no time for timeline. Now you give a timeline.
Well, it's correct as it is.
No. It's not. We are advised to change.
Where, your amendment reads, where a person, or your proposal, where a person who is convicted,
yes,
and sentenced to imprisonment for life, and has served for at least 10 years.
Yes.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yes.
Because here, it's implying what is in the bill already.
No, it's different.
No, it's the same. Because if you are serving,
His sentence has not been carried out. How can you carry out a life sentence? When do you carry it out? That's why the
His
issue is.
sentence has not been carried out.
No, here, if you are sentenced to life.
Yes. So when do you carry out the sentence? Only when you are dead.
Yeah, because it's not sentenced. It's not sentenced to death.
Exactly.
I think they want to hear. I think here,
yeah,
there must be an error.
That's
type
why
of error. I think here they are referring to those who are sentenced to death.
Yes. Yeah. That's why we are changing it to read the one on the committee.
No. No, this one.
Instead of the life.
In the bill.
Yes.
There's a type of error, I think.
No.
Because why they are saying even those who are convicted to death, that's what this one is referring to.
No, let me explain. What the bill intends to do is before you are qualified for a mercy from the president, you must have served half of your term. However, if you are sentenced to life, there is no half. Exactly. So that's why we are saying you put that for 10 years. You understand?
I understand that.
Yes.
Clearly.
Yes.
But when you read this one,
yes,
something is missing. Because it's when if it is not carried out. Here, they were trying to maybe instead of death, it says life. Sentenced to death.
No, we made consultation already, and we've agreed.
Okay, now how about someone who is sentenced to death?
When you are sentenced to death,
and his sentence or her sentence is not carried out.
No, you see,
can he qualify? Can he benefit?
Anybody that is sentenced, whether life or not. Exactly. You see, when you are sentenced to life imprisonment, once you are imprisoned for life, you need to have 10 years at least minimum before you are considered.
Yeah.
That's why we are changing it to what the committee says.
Yeah.
So, Chair, I agree with you.
Yes.
You want to have a provision for that.
Yes.
But you see, when you read this provision, when they are drafting it, there is a typo. This one is referring to people convicted to death.
Yes.
That's what they are referring to.
Yes.
Look at it. Yes, sir, I will leave central. Central. Sorry. Central body.
Chair, may I question the admissibility of this bill? This bill should not come as a private member bill. No, we have a problem. Daniel, please, listen. Please, what I'm saying, the Constitution has mandated the president. This is a constitutional requirement. What can be done by Parliament is to set up a committee. Which section? Look at this section. 82. 82, read 82 and you read 83. 82 2. 82. 1. The president may, after consulting the committee established by subsection 2, grant to any person convicted of any offense a pardon either for or subject to lawful condition. Now, grant to any person a respite either indefinite or for a specific period of the execution of any punishment imposed on the person for any offense. Section 82 of the Constitution.
Oh, okay.
So if you look at all that is stated here, and you look at the bill, the president has the power already. You cannot, the power that is given to the president, you cannot take the power from the president. If you want that, maybe you can call for constitutional amendment.
You cannot decide.
Do you understand? And if you look at 2, it says, there shall be a committee on the exercise of the prerogative of mercy, consisting of the Attorney General and 3 other persons appointed by the President, subject to confirmation by the National Assembly.
Now, honorable members, honorable members, hold on. Hold on.
I can.
Hold on. Now, honorable members, can we go to composition?
Huh?
Let's go to composition. Under that's section 4. The committee established pursuant to section 82 of the president appointed as a member of the committee shall be a Gambian citizen. Consists of the Attorney General and 3 other persons appointed by the President, subject to confirmation of the National Assembly. Yeah, what I was trying to find out, that is why I have not even read at the time this constitutional provision. That's why I disagree with the committee, your proposal to change the committee members. If you had attempted to us to do that, it would have been violation of the Constitution. Yes, what is your report? In accordance to your report, if you had gone to, in accordance to your report, it would have violated the Constitution.
Yeah. But what we went to...
Wait. 82, right?
Petition.
You just when you're applying.
When you're applying,
That's when you're applying.
petition.
You apply when you're applying for pardon. So you just leave it like that. Maybe you don't understand.
Petition means you
apply for
asking the
pardon.
person to do something. Hey. Either the person is writing a petition to consider him,
ask
or
for
somebody is writing to the president on behalf of somebody. That's what petition means.
No. A petition is, it means apply.
What's
It's not
the-
a petition, I think you apply.
Let's just wait for the...
It's not a petition, it's an application.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Central Badibu, Serekunda, please give me your ears and Nyamina Dankunku. Order, Central Badibu, please. Now listen. Honorable members, you know, as I said earlier on, I decided to oppose the order thing. Now, when you look at 82(2) of the Constitution, as objected by the member for Central Badibu, most of the laws that or bills we enact here, they, of course, have not specifically mentioned number of committees or who will appoint committees. The National Assembly will go ahead and say in consultation with the Public Service Commission, then the President can or may appoint committees. But in the instance of this prerogative of mercy, the Constitution, who's there? The Constitution have, of course, directed that the President shall appoint a committee, and it says 3 committees, members subject to the approval of the National Assembly. Now, this bill seeks to condition the President the type of 3 persons he's going to appoint. Is this not trying to condition the constitutional provision on that? That's what. Because order, honorable members, order, because the Constitution says President can appoint even a wisdom man, or order, the President can appoint a wise man who may not have a degree, but he is an opinion leader, or he is very, or he can appoint somebody based on his competence in terms of being very humanitarian, being very considerate, but he's not a psychologist, a medicine, or a, So you are now, I don't know, is that not contradictory? Yes, member for Central Badibu.
Another one, private member bill. Private member bill should not cause any financial implication. And if you look at page 12, the financial provisions, 1, the expenses incurred by the committee in accordance with the Constitution and this Act shall be borne by the office of the President. Shall be borne by the office of the President. No, listen now. 2, the members of the committee may be paid such allowances as may be determined by the minister responsible for finance in consultation with the Public Service Commission. So the right people to bring this bill is the government. It's the government. It's the government. This should be
order, honorable members, order. Now, what we'll do, member for Central Badibu, let's deal with 82 first, then we'll come to the finances. Put off your mic. Now, let's deal with that part first, then we'll come to the other one. Yes, Senator, police.
I want to explain that what the Constitution is also saying. If you want to come up with a private member's bill, you seek leave of the president if it is concerning the president, or if it is a minister, you seek leave of the minister. That is done, and the Attorney General has written to the mover of this bill. Subject to your request for the Honorable Attorney General to cause this office to analyze the bill referred to in the subject matter, a bill analysis report is attached to this letter. The bill has been subjected to scrutiny by the Legislative Drafting Department and Directorate of Public Prosecution of this office. Be rest assured of the esteemed regards and high consideration of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. So the Minister of Justice has already endorsed, the private members' bill.
Yes.
So permission has already been taken. Now, I want to add that the expenses is talking about whether you come up with this bill act or not. The payment of those people will be done anyway. So it is already budgeted. Yes. They are not adding anything new to the payment. Yeah, simply the payment that is being done is already budgeted for in the President's office. There is nothing. There is no other new on the consolidated fund. There is no new tax added to this. So it's completely in order that you have a...
Now, we will come there. We will ask you because you said the money is to be incurred. Now you say there is no consolidated, no money, no this. Where I will ask you, where are you going to get that money? But when we get that there, no, wait, in part. Honorable members, order, Central Parliament order. Now the member for Wuli is saying they receive an endorsement from the Attorney General, Chimbas. The Attorney General endorsement that does not bypass the consideration stage of members of Parliament. If the Attorney General later can bypass our scrutiny, then all the bills that pass through cabinet coming to this chamber should not be amended. Now, what I'm saying,
yes,
during our consideration stage, we amend, we consider, we delete, we add. If we are challenged with a constitutional provision because of a letter from the Attorney General Chambers, that will not be a stamp for us to bypass that.
Chair, I think you are missing the point. Can I explain? As the owner of the bill.
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
As the owner of the bill, let me explain so that you can understand. What this bill intends to do, I know some members did not actually read to understand from the beginning, because when you go in the middle, you'll miss a lot. So you must start from the beginning. What this bill intends to do is to provide a legal framework to guide the president. The principal legal advisor of government, who is the Attorney General, has gone through this bill and gave suggestions on some changes, which is incorporated. That does not mean that Parliament cannot change anything in what we have here. No. Number two, the committee that is established by the Constitution, the committee actually has not changed at all.
No.
It's the same committee that is established by Section 82, 1. It's the same number, it's the same committee. It has not actually changed. Nothing has changed in the committee. What the bill intends to do is to help guide the president. And in that guidance, the bill is saying the person who the president is going to choose first must be a Gambian. The Constitution doesn't go into detail who the kind of person is. Yeah. But there is nothing wrong also with guiding the president on the type of people the president may choose. Just like our National Assembly standing orders. The Constitution says Parliament can create their own regulations, and that refers to the standing order. But the Constitution would not tell you, do the A, B, C, and D. And that's the reason why we came up with the standing orders. And the way the standing order is derived from the Constitution is the same way this bill is derived from the Constitution as well. Nothing actually has changed, and nothing contravenes the Constitution as far as the bill is concerned. Now, when you come in terms of the cost, there is no cost, because the current committee that is housed at the Attorney General's office is the same committee. Payment has not changed. So there is no additional cost to operate this committee. The number is the same, the current structure, the current payment is still the same thing. In fact, the current composition of the committee will not even change. So it just gives a guide on how do you do that. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with the Parliament helping to give guidance to the President. In fact, Parliament actually reserves the right from the Constitution to tell the President, to guide the President, or to advise the President on certain things that are of national interest. That's guided, well grounded in the Constitution as well.
Yes. Now, we after reading the object and the reason, we all know that the rationale behind it is to create a committee. But already, who should create this committee?
It's the president.
Do you understand? Wait.
No, okay.
Now, honorable members, what we advise is that the composition and the qualification for membership does not affect the number of membership. Where earlier on my proposal not to change, include those things, that was in order. But now this one is just gone further to expand who will become a member. That's what they are saying. I'm not sure what would be the decision of members of parliament now. The member for Upper Salem on the Consolidated Revenue Fund on finances. Oh, we have not reached there yet. I told you to be when I'm
Chair, you see, what I was explaining earlier, just like what you just said now, is exactly this. Chair, Chair, you are perfectly right. You are perfectly right.
These two are discussed.
Are you okay? Chair, what you said is perfectly correct. What happened is the composition actually is not altered in any way, because that would have been unconstitutional in the first place. You cannot alter what the constitution actually says. No. What this bill is trying to is to provide a guidance, to put a framework, to provide a guidance. That's all it does, and expand it. Because you see, I do not expect the president to pick a non-Gambian to be in the program. I do not expect that. And that's why we are just giving the guidance. It must be a Gambian. It must be somebody. You know, it's just like members of parliament is well grounded that they can give advice to the president. It's well grounded in the constitution. Yeah. No question about that. So the composition is not altered in any way. The composition is still the same 3 people chaired by the Attorney General. And now what we are saying in the bill is, yes, the constitution says chairperson, but the constitution does not say who is the vice chair. So the bill says, okay, among the 3, they can choose among themselves as to get a vice chairperson. Simple. Nothing extraordinary. Thank you. This is not from central body.
Yes, member for Serekunda.
Yes, Chair, if you go through the bill, read it clause by clause, you will see that this is in conflict with the Constitution. Prerogative of mercy is given to the head of state. You understand? Here, look at here. You are setting the eligibility of a petition.
Yes.
After the eligibility of a petition, commencing of a petition. All these are things that does not, look at this, consideration of petition. This is for the president to sit in his good office, yes, work with that committee, yes, and they are still doing that. Yes. Yeah.
Member for Central Badibu.
Chair, we need to be very careful. You know, this is a law that we are making, and we are guided by our standing order. Our standing order says that any law that we are making, if it is a private member bill, if it is going to have a financial burden,
we'll get to that.
Let's be honest. So even that alone disqualify this. Okay, let's disqualify the bill.
We have not reached there yet.
So we should not waste our time on this bill. If the executive can bring it, the president's office can feel that there is a gap in the application of prerogative of mercy. Let my committee, let me set up a committee and take it to parliament for this and that, but not a private member.
Now, honorable members, no, we will get to the finance later. On clause 14, TIS, no amendment.
Not 14.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, we have an amendment.
Yes.
Proposed. We are saying clause 14, 2B. Look at 2B.
Where a person who is convicted and sentenced to, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, we want to delete only a phrase, and whose sentence has not been carried out.
That's now, let me ask you this question.
Yeah. Whose sentence has not been carried out? We want to delete that.
Honorable members, Chair and Member for Pasalu, you know on B, when I read it, I said the spirit of the drafters or the intention, they are referring to someone sentenced to death. So he said that was the spirit. So now, because this one life maybe is typo, it should be, he said we can either put a separate clause for life, then we pay where a person who is convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for death and whose sentence has not been carried out, or we said sentenced to death and whose sentence have not been carried out, or sentenced to life and serve 10 years. You know, when you read it, you know the spirit is not about life.
Yeah, you want to separate the two, life and death. Separate two. I think that's fine. We can do that. That's fine. Maybe they can.
Then when you are on life one, you only say where a person who is convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for life.
Yeah.
Then you know who's not carried. You have to delete that.
Yeah.
Then say and serve at least 10 years.
At least 10 years.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
If you are to bring in,
We are amenable to that.
Yeah, we can do with that.
yes, to bring in C, then C will be D, D will be E.
No, that's fine. We will take
We are
that.
amenable to
Sorry,
We'll take that.
technician. You know, then there will be sub C.
Yeah.
Will say where a person who is convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for life. This life here on B will be changed to death.
Yes. That's fine.
On B, life will be changed to death.
Yeah.
That's my pen.
That's fine. Yeah.
On 14, this
Yeah, separate them.
death. And then you will now have 14C. Will be everything. 14C will be where a person who is convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for life
Yeah.
and serve at least 10 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
14.2C. C.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
This one.
No, it's okay.
death.
It's okay.
That's fine.
It will be B, and then C will be this one.
Yes.
C. Let's draft C. Where a person who is convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for life and serve for at least
10 years.
10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
That becomes C.
Yeah.
And then C will be D.
Exactly.
C will be D.
Yeah.
And
D will be E.
D will be E. Yeah.
We got it.
Okay.
Okay, now let's go to C. Where a person is convicted and sentenced to death, and whose sentence has not, you see, it's exactly, so you see? Yeah. So now, it's already there now. Now C, we are going to explain.
This one, whose sentence has not been carried out for life.
So C, whose sentence has not been carried out, that one we delete that. We delete that. Huh? Then we don't need to, so everything is fine. We only delete that. Yes, Serekunda?
We are misunderstanding what is prerogative of mercy. Even a person, if the court sentence somebody to death, the president can commute it to life through the prerogative of mercy. That is why we are telling you all these clauses in this act, in this bill, contradicts the powers of the prerogative mercy vested on the president. You cannot condition him on how to apply that. That is what is happening. That's what happens here.
Yeah, I think we must be honest to each other here.
No,
we must be honest to each other. Members don't understand and they're not ready to ask. We don't have to touch somebody sentenced to death. We have to touch that. Somebody sentenced to death, we have to touch that.
So what are you talking about? We don't.
No, Upper Salum, please. You only use the mic. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order. Wait, honorable members. You see what they no Upper Salum. You can even touch sentence to date. There's no harm in that. No, wait. You see, whether the bill seeks to stop the president from exercising the prerogative of mercy or not, that's the question we should ask ourselves. Now, if this bill is enacted, when this bill is enacted, would it stop the president from exercising his constitutional right, or it's only enhance the framework that the Constitution established or not? That's what we should ask ourselves.
No. Yeah, there can be conflict.
Central body, yes.
Yes, there can be conflict. Because if you have put something here as the function of the committee or the role of a committee, do you understand? Now the president has another power to act. You know, when it's passed in the parliament, it's a law. It's a law. It must be respected. Clerk.
No, don't do that. No.
Talking to the speaker, you cannot be talking to the speaker.
Honorable.
We wait until you are ready.
Honorable, you know you don't have to call them. Just call my attention. No, you cannot. Honorable member, please continue. Continue.
Then when people are talking to the speaker, don't talk to him.
Please, go ahead. Forget it.
Speaker, what I'm saying, sorry, Chair, what I'm saying is, Daniel, you are a big distractor. You are distracting me, seriously. I'm talking, you are talking. This is not a respectful now.
Please, go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is, rarely do members come with a private member bill on prerogative mercy. Do your research. Rarely. Because this thing is already spelled out in the Constitution. Now, let the member tell us, was there any abuse by the office of the president on the prerogative of mercy? And now you are putting all this thing here. It will be in conflict.
Now, member for Serekunda, you have the floor.
I'm more convinced I'm more convinced now that this bill is in conflict with our Constitution. Read criteria to be applied by the committee. Why are you subjecting them to your direction and control? This is the president, powers given to the president. This is the president who sets the criteria as to how he feels like giving a pardon. Not a member of parliament, just to come up with this law and try to direct and control the president. For what? Chair.
Honorable members, at this stage, we have passed admissibility. What we need to do is, of course, is the members' parliament prerogative to accept any amendment or not, and also to accept the bill or to reject it. But, when you look at the bill and those provisions, I don't think the bill seeks to use up the powers of the president. I don't think. Now, what this bill is saying is to expand and expound on the constitutional framework of the prerogative of mercy. The issue of the finance, when we get there, I have my own reasons that I will put forward in accordance with the Financial Act and the Constitution and the prerogative of mercy bill. Now, when I looked at the composition, it has not changed. The composition has not changed. But what they seek to do is to put a qualification on the membership. For once to be a member, eligible to be a member of the committee, you must hold certain educational background and some skill. You can look at it, we can reduce it. Remember, there was a bill that came in here. There was some of these conditions, but we said no, and we deleted them, some of them. You can look at it. Now, on 14, yes.
Meeting. It shouldn't be in between that table and your table, Chair. Let's expand it. Now, let me just say this.
All right,
let me just say this, Chair. For me, with all due respect, what is emerging from the member for Serekunda, I don't think it holds much water. So, you see, and for me, the discussion, you are trying to prolong it in between. If he thinks the bill shouldn't come before us, let him use the right laws using the standing orders. Please.
Now let me observe you. Janjambure. Janjambure. I didn't say that it shouldn't come before the National Assembly.
Chair, you have more?
It should.
Is that all? Go ahead. 14.4.
Yes. 14.4, if you look at it, there is a phrase where it says, make reasonable efforts. Make reasonable efforts to notify the victim. We want to delete that one so that it will flow. Huh? Where the relief sought under this part relates to a conviction for a felony in which there was a victim. The committee shall make, instead of reasonable efforts to notify the victim, we take that out. The committee shall make.
Chair, this one you are contradicting. You are usurping the president's power.
No.
No, wait. This one, you said where the relief sought under the part relates to a convict for a felony. In which there was a victim.
Yes.
The committee shall make reasonable effort to notify the victim of the petition for the exercise of the prerogative of mercy.
Yes.
Why?
Okay, you just try.
Now, you see, in these situations, there is a victim already. No, wait. What happened 3 years ago, Mr. Chair? Chair, 3 years ago, there was national uproar when the president pardoned a rapist. What we are saying here, the committee shall make reasonable effort to notify the victim. Because see, sometimes the victim and the perpetrator may live in the same area. So what we are saying is just to notify that the person has been pardoned. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Only to notify.
Permission. No, that's the power of the president and power of the committee.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, next. Serekunda.
In some constitutional provisions where it is about frameworks, the constitution, the drafters of the constitution goes further to say there is a need for an act of parliament.
Or you are proposing for us to delete that? Okay.
Make reasonable effort to notify the victim, be deleted.
To remove it.
To be deleted. So that it will just flow. Notify the victim or where applicable, the immediate family member or lawful representative of the victim.
Yes.
Unless impracticable for reasons to be recorded by the committee.
Just notice.
To be replaced with that.
Is that all under this clause?
That's all.
Yes, that's all.
I'm trying to see the wisdom here, given the burden to the committee to notify. What is the practice before? What is to be the practice? Because you are saying where the release sought under this part relates to the conviction for a felony in which there was a victim. The committee shall make reasonable effort to notify the victim of the petition of exercise for prerogative of mercy. Why do you think that the committee is the relevant authority to inform the victim here? Can you explain further?
The victim sought justice from the government, and justice was served, and this person was incarcerated. When the president wants to pardon that particular person, I think it's normal, and I think it's, again, make a lot of sense for the victim to notify that, yes, you've lodged a complaint, this person has been incarcerated because of your issue, and has incarcerated for like 10 years, but the president has taken, using his constitutional powers to pardon this person. So this is just a notification for you. That's very normal. That's all.
Member for Central Badibu. Yeah, I'm getting 100% confused now. Somebody who has won a case, the president doesn't. Prerogative of mercy is not meant for those people. Do you understand? Prerogative of mercy is meant for the president to look at certain people, not like what he is quoting. Like if you win a case already, you have a case, you are released. If you win the justice, you sought justice already by the court, you are released. There's no prerogative of mercy in that. Now what he's saying, what the member said, if they are between two people and then the victim seek relief through the court and the accused is sentenced after serving, let's say, is sentenced to 5 years, after 3 years, and then the prerogative of mercy want to apply it on the guy, but they will just go and say, you know, you remember you had a problem with X, and he was convicted and sentenced to 5 years, but now he spent 3 years in jail, and the president will release him this Ramadan. That's what they're saying. Yes, Bunuga Kunda then Kantora.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think this particular issue that we are talking about is just out of courtesy. Because somebody who has been jailed, and after all, you know, the victim is aware that, you know, the person has been sentenced for 10 years or 20 years, and later, because of this prerogative of mercy is applied on him, so it's normal for the victim to be notified so that he or she can just understand. It's just a normal courtesy.
Now, member for Kantora. Yeah, it's no more the case always. You know, let's look at the part they're talking about. Sorry, man. Let's look at the part they're talking about. Now, it's members. Where are members? Please listen here. You should listen to order. Janjamule, migrate back. This part now, they are trying to reference on the subhead constitution of petition notification of victim now. Now, my argument is that somebody committed a crime. The person now sought to court now. They went to court. And then the offender has been incarcerated or in prison now. After a while, remember, the person that they have committed a crime on is seeking justice, is on a healing process. 10 years down the line, you want to also inform that person again that that person that stabbed you on the back, that person that also killed you or your daughter, has been released. To me, you are even making the person angry, or by bringing the thing fresh to his issue of mind again. And secondly, also, issue of privacy here is on the mind, because when I'm in pardon, why would we make it a town crier to inform everybody that I've been pardoned? Issue of privacy also comes in.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you. I think I see different dimensions. It will be very honoring after doing that. You will send a notification to those people that he had offended, because number one, it shows courtesy and respect, and number two, it clears doubts, because many people here, after they go to jail, 2 years along down the line, they will come out. After coming out, you hear public attacks saying that these people are not serving their joy. Let me tell you, look, as the Honorable said, you cannot hide these things. These names will be published. You cannot go and take him to a corner to hide. He must come out to the society. So it is very important you notice the victims that this man is being pardoned. He is pardoned honorably. It's better than you hide and pardon him.
You're not hiding.
Okay. Chair. Chair.
So if this comes, so what's the problem with this?
No.
And you are right. The publicity is in the gas.
Chair.
So what's the problem?
Huh? It's important. It's very, very important what we are saying. Listen to people. No, listen. No. That's not it. The person will know anyway. Yeah. Raise your head now.
Honorable members, the member for Kantora.
Can I come in?
I'll give all of you the member for Kantora, what he is saying, you delete notifying the victim because it may open up a new scar. That's what he is saying.
Chair, yes, and I respond.
No, I'm saying, will is then
yes, the notification is already lawful because you publish it in the Gazette. That is already notified. That's already public notice. But now we are talking about notifying the victim. It's a human rights matter. If you go to court and somebody, like you said, somebody stab you at the back, if that person is to be pardoned, if you are informed, that means that, like he is saying, it's a respect to you, for you to understand that, well, this is the president's power, and he's. But if you don't, if the person just see the other person walking on the street, without knowing why, how did this come about?
Yeah,
How will that person understand that?
Member for Central Party.
Chair, thank you very much. Please, let's have one forum so that we can convince each other. Chair, I'm not a legal luminary, but I know if a matter is before the court, this prerogative of mercy is not looking at only fighting with Suleiman or Billy. You can have a conflict with the law. Do you understand? Now, the president has the absolute power to pardon, to forgive, to say, I pardon A or B. So you mean that the person who has a problem with the other person should be informed that the president is, or we are pardoning the... No, because that matter has been settled by the court already. And the person is serving a sentence. Now, if the president now wake up today with the committee and recommends that A should go out of prison, do you understand? They should not go to the person's home and say, we are releasing A or B, because the president is using prerogative. No, the person will hear it on the news and see the list. Please, let us not make this work difficult for us. The bill is a non-starter.
Honorable members, what they are saying, what they are saying, after everything, one night someone, President, President, that's what they are saying. Now it says bad signal.
People are going around also saying that the person that you just 2 years on the line, you release him.
Chair, can
Chair, I think this is a simple matter. Under normal circumstances, these people that are pardoned, they are published in the Gazette. That is national information.
No, that's official information.
Exactly, it's official. So officially,
that's enough.
Officially, you are telling every Gambian.
Don't give responsibility to the
Chair. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, you see? Yes. Order. Honorable members. Honorable members, order. You see? Wait. Honorable members, if you enact these laws, Tumanna and others, please listen here, everybody. If you enact this law that you empower committee to go and notify people, president want to pardon, wait, no, you go and notify the victim to say the president is coming to pardon. All right, wait, I'm coming. Honorable members, listen here. To go to the victim to say, the president want to pardon or
The president has pardoned the guy that you had a problem with. You are pitting those people, those families against the president. Chair. And I think that is wrong. It's wrong because the president is exercising his powers as the president. You cannot go and pit him with those people. Chair. Can I come in? Yes. The committee, we are going to vote on that. No, I'm saying, Chair. And secondly, Chairman, yes, Chairman, let's do one more time and finally. We might have changed location. You now have to go to the court again looking for the person. Chair. The members, no, you are looking there. I don't like that. Please. We are going to vote. Don't create another again to go and attend to the person. It's wrong. Majority leader, wait. We are not talking now. The committee is saying, we are going to vote now. Let's remove it now. We are removing. They have agreed. Yes. No, they have removed it. It's okay. They have agreed to delete everything. Delete notification to victims. All notification to victims. Delete. It is proposed that clause 14 with not on this.
Yes. Honorable Chair, if you looked at section 82 of the Constitution.
You are out. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead. He's coming to read what I said. Go ahead.
Prerogative of mercy. The Constitution gives the president these powers. Yes. I am talking entirely the whole bill itself now.
Please, honorable member for Nyamina Dankunku, don't respond to people from Nyamina West and they address me. Stop that, Nyamina West. Please go ahead.
Honorable Chair, we should be a little bit careful now. Because if you looked at section 82, that talk about prerogative of mercy, this power is only given to the president. Only the president. And I know if you looked at this 1997 Constitution, most of the provision, when the provision need an act of parliament, it will be indicated it needs an act of parliament. But here, on this section, what we are doing now, we are legislating on a power that is given to one individual. So I think we must be very careful, because at the end of the day, when we pass this bill, it has to go to the president for him to assent and it become a law. So where a power is given to only one individual and then you want to legislate how that person would now implement that power, this is powers. We need to look at it very carefully as legislators. We should be very careful. Now, remember for Nyamina, I'm very sure if it hadn't been that the provision need further legislation, a further act of parliament, it will be indicated in the in the provision. No.
Okay, now let me order. I will give you proof for Nyamia Dankunku and Kantora, you were out. The members for Central Badibu and Wuli and Serekunda raised the issue, and I read, and I also referred them to the one you read, and referred members to composition, and I said I think it contradicts the provision of the Constitution, usurping the powers of the president. We debated on at length, and later on some aides convinced us, especially with the qualification of the membership. So now you are raising the same concern. I don't know what you do. Yes, Kantora.
Chair, I was attending authority meeting. It's also the work of parliament we are attending to as well.
But having referred myself now, I advise myself thoroughly. I would advise the move of the motion or the sponsor of the bill to withdraw the bill at this stage, and then for further consultation with the Minister of Justice Attorney General. We look at it more, please. It needs a second thought.
Chair, the advice is declined. There is nothing controversial in here. We are trying to help the president, and we are trying to set a legal framework. Let me tell you something. The example that Honorable Jallo has given, when you look at Section 17 of the Constitution, we talk about fundamental human rights. Did that section ask us to create any law related to human rights?
No. No.
No, that one is not about. It's not about the president and this thing. Yes. Now I'll give the floor to Serekunda. Then.
Okay, those fundamental rights are guaranteed, but there is no legislation as to how you should exercise those fundamental rights. That's what we are saying here. Everything, every clause in this bill it contradicts the Constitution. Prerogative of mercy. We have been here, at least we are privy to witness all the three governments here. In Sadauda's time, the Gambia government signed a treaty about the abolition of the death penalty. What he did was he commuted the death penalty on those prisoners to life imprisonment through his prerogative powers. These powers are not given to everyone. This is only given to the president. You cannot give him a power and tell him this is how you are going to use that power. That means you are direct. Thank you.
Oponyomi. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, this bill has passed all the stages in the Assembly, and now we are at the committee stage. No, you were not sleeping. You were fully awake. You were fully awake. Order. Yes. So the issues we are bringing now should have come at that time. So we cannot come up to this stage and you want us to withdraw the bill and put it aside. I don't think it's proper. And above all, there is no phrase or clause in this particular bill that has taken the power of the president of no, absolutely. No.
Member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Chair, this bill has been here, but since it was here, people have been talking about it. This primacy of the bill is done by the president. Only the president should have the mercy to pardon any person. Only the president.
Hold on. Members, please, listen. Yes.
Only the president have that right. So I think it is important, if it is controversial to members, let them withdraw it and do the further consultation. Yeah, definitely.
Chair, the consultation is done. I've already read a letter from the Attorney General. They have been consulted. And they have already said we can go ahead and come up with this bill. A lot of consultation is done on this thing. And this is given to a committee. Chair. It's given to a committee. You people gave it to us, joint committee, and we worked on it. We did our consultations. Now we bring our recommendations to you.
Member for Nyamina East.
I don't know what you people want.
Nyamina East.
Yes, thank you.
Honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, now that honorable members, order. Honorable members, in consultation with the person in charge of the bill and my aides, I think what we are now going to do is to stand down and then defer the bill during the course of the session so that the in charge of the bill and the Attorney General and the two sides of the Assembly will engage and discuss to have a common ground on the bill. On that note, the House now will resume. Honorable members, the House now resumes. And as I said earlier on, following consultation with the person in charge of the bill and my aides, we have agreed that the bill will be referred to the consideration. The consideration will be deferred to another day when the person in charge of the bill and the two caucuses, as well as officials from the Ministry of Justice, would have met and discussed and for further clarification and common ground. So thank you very much.
Honorable members, I want to thank you so much for the time taken to scrutinize the item on the order paper today. And now I put the question be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Monday, 16 March 2026. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stand adjourned until Monday, 16 March 2026 at 10 a.m.